Chapter 1785. The next day, early morning, a woman dressed like a maid came to the door of Master Yono's bedroom. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she realized that the door wasn't locked. Instead, it was slightly ajar. A trace of doubt flashed across the maid's face, but she still politely knocked on the door. Dang, dang, dang. However, after waiting for a few seconds, no one responded. This was somewhat different from the habit of the early riser in her memory. Probably because he slept late, the maid thought to herself. Then, she knocked on the door again. Dang, dang, dang. However, as she knocked on the door opened slightly under the vibration of her fingers, revealing the situation in the room. A trace of blood entered the maid's eyes. The maid's pupils shrunk, and her body trembled as she held the door handle. She was afraid of hurting someone and pushed the door open. In an instant, the corpse of the middle-aged man with a broken chest appeared in front of her. The maid covered her mouth and nose with both hands and subconsciously let out a shrill scream that was comparable to a dolphin. At the same time, in the hotel Ito rented. As her eyelids trembled, a little girl covered in a white sheet woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and yawned as she sat up on the tatami. But shortly after, the little girl's movements came to a halt. She quickly recalled what she had seen and heard last night. Her body trembled as she hugged the other little girl beside her and retreated with her. During this process, the other little girl also woke up from her sleep. She silently hid in the corner of the wall together with the little girl. "You must be sick. Eat something." Ito looked at the two little girls and pointed at the food on the table. The two little girls didn't move as they trembled and looked at him with a tense expression. "I told you. I won't hurt you." Ito sighed helplessly. Then he pointed at the clothes on the ground and said, "Those are clothes. Wear them. Don't catch a cold." Then he stood up and walked out of the room. Behind him, the two little girls stared unblinkingly at his departing figure. Wah bang! The door closed and closed again, blocking the two of them from observing him. "Big sister," one of the little girls called out softly. The little girl who was called elder sister looked at the clothes on the side. Looking at the untouched food on the short table not far away, he nodded hesitantly. Then, he and his sister stood up from the corner, walked to the front of the clothes, and began to put on their clothes. After putting on their clothes, they walked to the short table and quickly finished the food on it. Whoosh! Just as the two of them were eating, the door opened and closed again. Startled, the two hurriedly threw down the food in their hands and hid to the side while holding hands. "Are you full?" Ito asked as he walked into the house. The two of them didn't say anything. They just looked at Ito nervously. "If you're full, then let's head out. Because of what happened last night, this place isn't too peaceful. I don't want the two of you to fall into the hands of Ye's family again." Ito did not pay attention to the nervousness of the two people. He walked to the luggage that was casually thrown aside and said to himself. The two of them were still silent. Regarding this, Ito didn't say anything else. He directly picked up the luggage and walked to the two little girls. He reached out and grabbed one of the little girl's arms, held her hand, and walked out of the house. With a movement of his arm, the other little girl also staggered a step and followed closely behind. Along the way, the three of them didn't say anything. They just walked out of the hotel in silence. They got into the taxi that they called in advance and left Mitsumachi. They rushed to the airport of a nearby city and took a plane to another city. On the plane, Ito suddenly turned his head to look at the two little girls sitting next to him and asked, "Of the two of you, who is who and who is Jadeite?" As soon as he said that, the two little girls' eyes were filled with panic. "I am who." After a moment of silence, a weak voice came from the mouth of one of the little girls. "Then you're Jadeite?" Ito looked at the other little girl and said. The latter shrunk her body in fear and hid her face behind who posed back. Ito smiled and didn't say anything else. Just like that, an hour later, the plane landed in another city. Ito and the other two got off the plane, went through the procedures, and arrived outside the airport. "Sir," at this moment, an old man quickly walked in front of Ito and greeted him respectfully. This person was none other than the old housekeeper of the Asakami family that Sei Ito had met several times before. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He put on the posture of a superior, took Hu Po's little hand, and walked to a black private car parked nearby under the guidance of the old housekeeper. Under the latter's attentive service, he lowered his body and sat in the car. Then the old man closed the door, sat in the front passenger's seat, and ordered the driver to start the car. In just more than 10 minutes, the car stopped outside the Asakami family's house. Then Sei Ito, Hu Po, the sisters, and the old housekeeper got out of the car, entered the Asakami family's house, and rested in the assigned guest room. In the afternoon, Oni-san, Oni-san. At this moment, a crisp call came from outside the house. Then, not long after, with rapid footsteps getting closer and closer, a little girl in a primary school uniform with a pair of strange flat glasses on her face broke into the room. It was Asakami Tashino, who had grown up a little. Oni-san, you're back. Asakami Tashino looked at Sei Ito in the house with a happy face. But then, his expression froze, and he looked at the sisters in the room with some curiosity and doubt, and asked, Oni-san, who are they? Come, let me introduce you. Sei Ito waved his hand. Asakami Tashino took small steps and walked to Sei Ito's side. This is Hupa. This is Jadeite. She's a person with an ability like you. Sei Ito smiled. Hello, I'm Asakami Tashino. Please take care of me. Asakami Tashino looked at Hupa and Hupa with shining eyes and introduced himself very politely. Hupa and Hupa did not speak, but returned the greeting with their actions. Oni-san, are they mute? Asakami Tashino, who did not hear Hupa and Hupo's conversation, asked Sei Ito with some doubts. We're not mute. At this moment, Hupo's voice sounded. If they're not mute, then why didn't they speak just now? Asakami Tashino said unhappily. Although she came into contact with the world that most people don't know, in the end, she was still a child less than 10 years old. In addition, she didn't experience the darkness of childhood in the original work, and for some reason, Asakami Yasuzo, who never had a child of his own, gave her some fatherly love. This made Asakami Tashino, who enjoyed a complete family, a lot more cheerful, so it was natural for her to have some childish emotions. You can't quarrel. You have to know that Tongue is your elder sister, so you have to let them have their way and take care of them, okay? Sei Ito reached out to stop Asakami Tashino and advised with a smile. I know, Oni-san. Asakami Tashino nodded and replied. Okay, let me see your progress. If it's not good, there will be punishment. Sei Ito let go of Asakami Tashino, reached out and grabbed the wooden sword that was leaning on the side, and said, Watch me. Asakami Tashino said with a face full of confidence, then raised his hand to take off the glasses on his face and turned his head to look to the side. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not speak nonsense and threw the wooden sword in his hand. Then, in the next moment, there were two crisp sounds, and the wooden sword that was thrown into the air suddenly broke into several pieces, and a large amount of fine wood shavings flew out like dust. Seeing the end of the wooden sword, Kupa and Feitsue's faces flashed with shock. Not bad. Asakami Tashino, you've improved again. Sei Ito clapped his hands and praised. Asakami Tashino raised his small head with a face full of pride. As a reward, I'll take you to the amusement park to play. Sei Ito said. Really? Asakami Tashino said with his eyes shining. Yes, really. Sei Ito nodded and confirmed. Yay! Oni-san is the best. Asakami Tashino cheered and quickly ran in front of Sei Ito, reached out his hands to hug his neck, and with a paw sound, kissed him on the cheek. Okay, go play with Hupa and Feitsue. From today onwards, she's your little sister. Remember to take good care of them. Sei Ito said with a smile. Okay. Asakami Tashino agreed, then let go of Sei Ito, walked in front of Hupa and Feitsue, and reached out to grab their hands and said, Let's go play together. Hupa and Feitsue subconsciously turned their heads to look at Sei Ito. Go, Sei Ito said softly. Then, without any explanation, Asakami Tashino pulled the two of them out of the house and ran blindly in the courtyard. Looking at this lively and active Asakami Tashino, who was like an ordinary child, Sei Ito really had a hard time merging her with the Asakami Tashino in the original work, who exuded the aura of a lady from a respectable family with every action. Sei Ito didn't know whether this made or broke Asakami Tashino. However, in terms of the progression of life, Sei Ito was sure that he had saved Asakami Tashino and given her a different life. Forget it. I'll just ask Asakami Tashino's mother to work harder in the future. She's still young anyway, so she can handle it. Sei Ito thought to himself as he shook his head slightly. Asakami Tashino, who had no idea that her life was about to change, warmly welcomed her two special new companions, Hupa and Feitsue, and took them to leave footprints in her courtyard. The following night was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. After a simple wash and meal, Sei Ito greeted Asakami Yeso and his wife, and took Asakami Tashino, Hupa, and Feitsue to the nearby amusement park to play. Chapter 1786. P.S. Same old question, pass it on first, change it later. After taking Fujino, Hupa, and Faichibai to play in the amusement park, Sei Ito stayed at the Asakami residence for a few days. In addition to giving Fujino a certain degree of training and guidance, he also taught basic meditation techniques to Hupa and Faichibai, who have the power of purification, so that the two of them can also embark on the road of self-improvement. Only then did he bid farewell to Fujino, Hupa, Faichibai, and Asakami Yasuzo, who basically worked for him, and left the Asakami residence alone with a large amount of new dividends. Then, after a long drive, he entered Fuyuki City. Bang! Sei Ito closed the door, stepped in front of the fence in front of him, reached out his hand, and pressed the doorbell next to him. Ding dong. Then about half a minute later, a woman dressed as a maid walked out of the villa in the courtyard, crossed the courtyard, and came to the gate. Hello. May I ask, what can I do for you? The maid asked. My name is Sei Ito. I have something to visit Mr. Tashiomi Yasuzo. Please pass on a message. Sei Ito smiled. Okay, please wait a moment, the maid said politely. After that, she turned around and walked into the villa until she disappeared behind the closed door. Then, about a minute later, the maid reappeared in front of the gate. Clang, clang, clang. The master invites you in. The maidservant unbolted the door and pulled it open. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked her and walked into the villa. A few minutes later, Sei Ito entered the mansion of the Tashiomi Yasuzo. Welcome, Sei Ito of Yellow-san. This time, as soon as he entered the mansion, Tashiomi Yasuzo's voice sounded in the empty hall. Sei Ito raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. On the second floor of the room, he was still dressed in a red suit with a grayish-black waistcoat. Wearing a white shirt with a tie tied tightly around his collar, Tashiomi Inaka had one hand on the railing of the stairs and the other holding a cane with an egg-sized ruby on top. He walked slowly into the hall. Sei Ito placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. I'm really surprised that Mr. Inzaka personally came to greet me. This was a world of difference compared to the first time he came to see her. She had pulled a long face and acted arrogantly. This made Sei Ito deeply feel the difference between Tashiomi Inaka's reality and magician's influence. There's no need for that. This is etiquette, Tashiomi Inosaka said. If that's the case, then I'll accept it. Sei Ito straightened up and smiled. Ito-san, please follow me. Standing on the platform between the stairs connecting the first floor and the second floor, Tashiomi Inosaka invited him. Sei Ito smiled slightly and stepped on the stairs. Stepping on the stairs to the platform in the middle, he met up with Tashiomi Inosaka, who was waiting there, and went up to the second floor together. They stopped in a large room. The room was very large, about 50 square meters. The floor was the same as the outside, covered with bright marble and a red, luxurious carpet. It was used as a cushion to reduce noise. Above it, in the center of the room, two sofas were placed opposite to each other on both sides of a rectangular glass coffee table. Further away, there was an office desk with several office utensils placed on it. Please, Tashiomi Inosaka said. Please, say Ito followed politely and walked to one of the sofas and sat down. Ito-san, what do you like? Coffee or tea? Toshiomi Inosaka walked to the side of the desk. He took out several tea sets from the cabinet below and asked, Tea. I'm not used to the taste of coffee. Seito turned to look at Toshiomi Inosaka and said, For a magician, tea is indeed a rare drink. Toshiomi Inosaka, who was operating the tools to make tea, agreed. It can calm people and keep the mind active, and it won't affect the magician's mood like the cocaine in coffee. I didn't think so much. I just felt that the taste of coffee doesn't suit me. Seito shrugged. Toshiomi Inosaka didn't say anything and walked over with 2 cups of brewed black tea. He put one of the cups in front of Seito, then took the other cup and sat on the sofa opposite Seito. Thank you, Seito politely said, reached out and picked up the teacup, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. For a moment, the room suddenly became silent. I don't know why Ito-san came this time. After a while, Toshiomi Inosaka put the teacup in his hand on the saucer in his other hand and looked directly at Seito opposite him. Same as last time. Say hello. After all, I'm going to live here for a long time. Seito, who also put down his teacup, said softly, Ito-san intends to set up a stronghold in Fuyuki City. Toshiomi Inosaka frowned slightly. If the conditions allow, I won't rule out this possibility, Seito replied. Excuse me, Ito-san, why did you choose this place? I think with Ito-san's ability, you should be able to find a better place. Toshiomi Inosaka asked the reason. Probably because this place is remote enough. Seito naturally wouldn't tell the real purpose of choosing this place, but pretended to think about it and replied. Seito closed the door, stepped in front of the fence in front of him, reached out, and rang the doorbell next to him. Then about half a minute later, a woman dressed as a maid walked out of the villa in the courtyard, crossed the courtyard, and came to the fence. My name is Seito. I have something to visit Ito-san. Please pass the message. Seito smiled. Okay, please wait a moment. The maid said politely. After that, she turned around and walked toward the villa until she disappeared behind the closed door. Then, after about a minute, the maid reappeared in front of the fence. The maidservant unbolted the door and pulled it open. Thank you. Seito thanked her and walked toward the villa. A few minutes later, Seito entered Toshiomi Inosaka's mansion. Welcome, Seito of Yellow. This time, as soon as he entered the mansion, Toshiomi Inosaka's voice sounded in the empty hall. Seito raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. On the second floor of the room, Toshiomi Inosaka was still dressed in a red suit with a gray-black vest inside and a white shirt inside. The collar was tightly tied with a tie. He had one hand on the railing of the stairs, and the other hand was holding a bracelet with an egg-sized ruby at the top. He slowly walked toward the hall. I can't believe that Mr. Inosaka personally came to greet me. I'm really surprised. Seito touched his chest with one hand and bowed slightly. This was a world of difference compared to the first time he came to see Toshiomi. This made Ito deeply feel the difference between Toshiomi Inosaka's reality and the power of magicians. No need to be like this is etiquette. Toshiomi Inosaka said. In that case, I'll accept it. Seito straightened up and smiled. Mr. Ito, please follow me. Toshiomi Inosaka stood on the platform in the middle of the stairs connecting the first floor and the second floor. Seito smiled and stepped on the stairs. He walked to the platform in the middle of the stairs and met Toshiomi Inosaka, who was waiting there. They went to the second floor together and stopped in a spacious room. The room was very big, about 50 square meters. The floor was the same as the outside, covered with bright marble. A red carpet was spread on it as a cushion to reduce noise. Above it, in the center of the room, 2 sofas were placed opposite to each other on both sides of a rectangular glass coffee table. Further away, there was an office desk with several office utensils placed on it. Please, Toshiomi Inosaka said. Please. Seito followed politely, walked to one of the sofas and sat down. Mr. Ito, what do you like? Coffee or tea? Toshiomi Inosaka walked to the side of the desk and took out a few tea sets from the cupboard below. Tea. I'm not used to the taste of coffee. Ito turned to look at Tashiomi in Osaka and said, for a magician, tea is indeed a rare drink. Tashiomi in Osaka, who is operating the tools to make tea, agreed. It can make people calm down and keep the mind active. It won't affect the magician's mood like the cocaine in coffee. I didn't think so much. I just feel that the taste of coffee doesn't suit me. Ito shrugged. Tashiomi in Osaka didn't speak. He walked over with 2 cups of brewed black tea, put 1 cup in front of Ito, and then took the other cup and sat on the sofa opposite Ito. Thank you, Ito politely said, reached out and picked up the teacup, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. For a moment, the room suddenly became silent. I don't know the purpose of Ito-san's visit this time. After a while, Tashiomi in Osaka put the teacup in his hand on the saucer in his other hand, looked directly at Ito, and asked, same as last time, say hello. After all, I'm going to live here for a long time. Ito, who also put down his teacup, said softly, Ito-san intends to set up a stronghold in Fuyuki City. Tashiomi in Osaka frowned slightly. If the conditions allow, I won't rule out this possibility. Ito replied, excuse me for asking, why did Ito-san choose here? I think with Ito-san's ability, you should be able to find a better place. Tashiomi in Osaka asked the reason. Probably because it's remote enough. Ito naturally wouldn't tell the real purpose of choosing here, but pretended to think about it and replied. Chapter 1787. P.S. Thanks to Boring Saint and Instant Potato for their tips. 2 days later, in the Inosaka family's mansion, Ito and Inosaka Tashiomi stood facing each other. Can you promise to pass on all your magic knowledge to my child? Inosaka Tashiomi asked in a low voice. I can't, but I can promise that as long as it's suitable for her and she wants to learn it, I'll teach it to her. As for whether or not she can learn and master it, that's not something I can interfere with. Ito shrugged. Then, there was another period of silence between the two. I hope you can keep your word. Inosaka Tashiomi spoke again. Only at times like this can I see you as a father. How rare. Ito chuckled. Inosaka Tashiomi ignored him. Then, who is my disciple? Ito didn't continue to tease and asked. It's my youngest daughter, Sakura. Inosaka Tashiomi answered. The eldest daughter inherits. Ito said softly. Inosaka Tashiomi remained silent. Okay, please let my disciple come out and meet me. Ito raised his spirits and said seriously. Wait a moment. Inosaka Tashiomi turned around and left the room. A few minutes later, he brought Sakura, who was wearing a dark blue girl's dress, back into the room. Sakura, from now on, Ito-san is your magic teacher. Inosaka Tashiomi announced. Please take care of me in the future, Sakura. Ito bowed. He looked at Sakura, who was standing timidly beside Inosaka Tashiomi, and reached out his hand with a gentle smile. Hello, Ito-san. Looking at the outstretched hand in front of her, Sakura hesitantly reached out her small hand and held Ito-san's hand, then said softly, Sakura, call Ito-san master. Inosaka Tashiomi reminded. Sakura raised her head and looked at her father, then looked at Ito and said, master. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just call me Brother Chung. Ito shook Sakura's hand. He smiled. Sakura raised her head and looked at her father again. Seeing that he did not object, she called out softly, Brother Chung. Ito smiled and let go of Ying's hand. He straightened his body. What do you plan on taking Sakura away? Tashiomi Inaka asked. The day after tomorrow. At least give Sakura 2 days to say goodbye to her family. Ito lowered his head and looked at Sakura, who was beside Tashiomi's leg. Many thanks. Tashiomi Inosaka expressed his gratitude. Also, I don't have that many rules. So, if you want to see Sakura in the future, you can visit me at my place, or let Sakura stay here. Ito smiled. He continued. Thank you very much. Tashiomi Inosaka was silent for a moment before expressing his gratitude again. It's nothing. This is for Ying's own good. After all, she's still young. Seito smiled. Then, the two of them talked about Sakura's problem and the rules of living in Fuyuki City. Seito, Tashiomi in Osaka, and Sakura in Osaka left the Inosaka family's mansion. Not long after he left, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Rin Farasaka, dressed in a black short skirt and a red top, pushed open the door and rushed into Tashiomi's room, panting as he called out, "Father!" "Rin, what's the matter?" Tashiomi in Osaka frowned and said in a low voice. For someone who paid attention to etiquette and rules, Rin in Osaka's behavior at this time was not good, and it made him feel a little angry. Sakura, is she really going to be sent away? Rin in Osaka, who did not notice the change in his father's expression, asked anxiously. She's not being sent away. She's just going to her master to practice magic. Tashiomi in Osaka frowned and said in a low voice, "Magic practice? Doesn't she have a father?" Rin in Osaka asked strangely. Sakura's attribute is not suitable for the family's gem magic. Tashiomi in Osaka said. Sakura's attribute was a special type, Shadow. Although it had no effect on the gem magic released by the special gem, it was still lacking compared to Rin's 5 elements attribute, so she could only be excluded as the heir of the family's magic engraving. Will Sakura come back in the future? Rin in Osaka, who had already begun to practice magic under Tashiomi in Osaka's guidance and already knew the relationship between attributes and magic, said in a low voice, "Ito-san has already promised me that Sakura can come back to the family at any time." Tashiomi in Osaka said, "Really?" Rin in Osaka looked up at his father and asked anxiously. "Yes." Tashiomi in Osaka nodded. "That guy knows what's good for him." Rin in Osaka muttered after getting the answer. "What are you muttering about, Rin?" Tashiomi in Osaka asked. "It's nothing, father. Sorry to disturb you. I'm going back to practice magic." Hearing his father's question, Rin Inbin quickly stopped talking and bowed politely. "Go." Tashiomi in Osaka's lips curled up slightly as he said softly. He was willing to see his daughter's hard work. Rin in Osaka slightly bowed to Tashiomi in Osaka and lightly stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him. Okay, 2 days later, in the in Osaka family's mansion. "I'll leave Sakura in your care," Tashiomi in Osaka said seriously. "No problem. After all, she's the person I chose. I won't let her go to waste." Seito looked at Sakura in Osaka and said, "Sakura, we should go." Then he nodded to Tashiomi in Osaka and turned to look at Sakura in Osaka, who was holding his hand. Sakura in Osaka nervously looked back at Seito. Obviously, for Sakura at this age, leaving her parents and home and following a strange man who she had only met 2 or 3 times was beyond her imagination. She couldn't help but be nervous and afraid. "Don't worry. We live in the city. If you miss home, Sakura, you can come back anytime," Seito said gently. Sakura in Osaka withdrew her gaze and turned to look at her father. Her father looked at her without any emotion in his eyes. He didn't say anything to comfort her, nor did he ask her to stay. This made Sakura lower her head in disappointment. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything. He gently pulled Sakura in Osaka out of the mansion. Tap, 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 tap. However, at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the quiet mansion. Then immediately after, Rin in Osaka appeared on the 2nd floor of the mansion. She stretched half of her body out of the armrest and shouted, "Sakura." Sakura heard the call and turned her head. Her face was full of joy as she looked at Rin in Osaka on the 2nd floor. Seeing that Ito, Sei, and Inaka Sakura had stopped, Rain Inaka retracted his body and quickly ran downstairs. She rushed in front of Sakura. "Sister," Sakura whispered. "Sakura, this is for you." Rin grabbed Sakura's small hand. She put a white belt in Sakura's hand. "Sakura, if this guy bullies you, tell me. I'll find a way to avenge you." Rin looked at Sakura with a serious face and promised. "Sister." Sakura was moved by Rin's words. Her eyes were filled with tears. Remember, don't bully Sakura. Otherwise, I won't let you go. I promise. Rin turned her head and glared at Sei Ito fiercely. Rin, seeing that his daughter was becoming more and more unruly, Tashimi Inosaka couldn't help but frown. I'm so scared. Sei Ito pretended to be scared. Then his expression changed and he laughed. Don't worry, Sakura won't be bullied at my place. If you're worried, you can go to my house and supervise me. Oomph. Rin Inosaka snorted in response. Sakura. Rin Inosaka looked at his sister and called softly. Rin, come back. Tashimi Inosaka frowned. Yes, father. Rin Inosaka looked deeply at the teary-eyed Sakura in front of him, then turned around and returned to Tashimi Inosaka's side. Sei Ito nodded at Tashimi Inosaka again, then left the Inosaka family mansion with Sakura, who kept looking back with a crying face. They gradually disappeared into the distance. It was also at this time that Rin Inosaka couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes and cried. Parting was indeed a sorrowful thing. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the apartment Sei Ito bought in Fuyuki City. From today onwards, this room is yours. Sei Ito opened the door and pointed to a room that was about 30 square meters in size. The decoration was relatively simple. There was only a bed, a simple cabinet, a square desk, and a chair in the room. See if there's anything missing. Let me know later so we can buy more. Sei Ito walked into the room and put Sakura Inosaka's luggage on the bed. Sakura Inosaka silently looked at everything in front of her. It was like when she was played by Uncle Bug. However, Sei Ito knew that this was because they weren't familiar with each other yet. He believed that after some time, Sakura would be able to return to her usual, lively self. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He opened Sakura's luggage and took out her clothes one by one, then hung them in the simple cabinet. He said softly, "We don't have much to do today. Let's go out for a walk and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. We'll also buy some daily necessities for you. Then, I'll take you to eat something good. Tomorrow, we'll start practicing the basics of magic." Sakura remained silent throughout the whole process. She silently watched Sei Ito busy himself. Speaking of magic, Sakura, did your father teach you the basics of magic? Sei Ito turned to Sakura, who was standing by the door, and asked. Sakura shook her head, indicating that he didn't. TSK, this guy. Sei Ito pursed his lips. Then, I'll explain it to you briefly. Sei Ito continued. Magic, from Wikipedia. It's a phenomenon that surpasses common sense. However, it's not that it can't be explained with common sense. Instead, it's something that can be done with common sense. But it's something that can be done with common sense. Like this. At this point, Ito-sei stopped tidying up, turned around, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. In the next second, a faint flame appeared at the tip of Sei Ito's finger. It was still burning. Sakura Inosaka's eyes lit up slightly when she saw the flame. What do you think my actions look like? Sei Ito asked with a smile. A lighter. Sakura Inosaka tilted her head and said, That's right, it's a lighter. Sei Ito extinguished the flame with his hand and said, The effect that can be achieved with only flint and natural gas, after some special transformation, can be miraculously achieved with human power. This is magic. For those who don't understand, it's a miracle. So, Sakura, you're now cultivating to create miracles. Sei Ito turned to look at Sakura Inosaka with a mischievous smile. Sakura Inosaka showed an interested expression. Okay, let's go out for a walk, Sei Ito said after he finished organizing Sakura's things. The other things that he didn't need were still in the luggage. He closed the lid and put it at the bottom of the simple closet. Come, hold hands. Sei Ito walked in front of Sakura and extended his hand. This time, Sakura didn't object. She reached out and held Sei Ito's hand. Then, the two left the apartment hand in hand. They walked around the surrounding streets to help the newcomer Sakura familiarize herself with the surroundings. Along the way, he brought Cherry to a convenience store where he bought some daily necessities that Cherry needed. For example, toilet paper. For example, toothbrushes, toothpaste, new towels. For example, sheets, blankets, pillowcases, etc. Then, the two carried their things to a nearby Chinese restaurant and enjoyed dinner there. Is this Chinese restaurant the same Chinese restaurant? Just as Seito and Sakura in Osaka were eating happily, a dark figure suddenly walked past them and attracted Seito's attention. The figure was about 1.8 meters tall and thin. He was wearing a black clergy robe with an iron cross hanging in front of his chest. His face was expressionless and his eyes were empty. He walked to an empty table and sat down like a zombie. Perhaps he sensed Ito's gaze. The man turned his head and looked at Seito. It's really him, Father Meipo, Yin Fengqi Li. After seeing the man's face clearly, Ito thought in his heart, and then nodded politely to Fengqi Li with a calm face. The latter didn't pay too much attention to it. He nodded politely and withdrew his gaze. The waiter came over to serve him and ordered the dishes. I didn't expect to meet him here. Seito, who also looked away, thought to himself. Then, he ignored him and continued to take care of Sakura in Osaka while enjoying the food in front of him. After all, for Ito's Yin Fengqi Riki was just a minor character. Although he was important, he had nothing to do with his purpose, so he didn't need to pay attention to him. Chapter 1788. P.S. There's a problem with the backend. The new chapter can't be uploaded. I'll replace it with the old chapter and try to edit it later. After a night of rest, it was the next day. In the morning, after the two of them had a nutritious breakfast made by Seito, the two of them came to an empty room and stood facing each other. Sakura, from today onwards, we're officially learning magic, Seito said to Sakura with a serious expression. Yes, Sakura said seriously. First, let's continue from yesterday and learn what magic is. Seito nodded and began to teach Sakura about magic. Magic was a phenomenon that went beyond common sense. It was something that could be done with common sense, but it was done in a very different way. It was a general term for man-made miracles and the act of recreating miracles. The mystery here referred to a phenomenon that went against common sense. If there was no time or money limit, then it could be recreated with modern technology. The roots of magic were distortion and retrograde. It was originally magic, and it used a power that had already been determined in the root, so the more people knew about it, the weaker its power would be. Therefore, there was a rule among magicians that they couldn't show magic to anyone other than magicians and expose their mystery. What if a normal person finds out? Sakura asked in confusion. Then erase that person's memory of magic, or kill them, Seito said calmly. Oh, Sakura, who was still young and didn't understand the importance of life, answered softly. Then Seito continued to explain magic. Although magic was magical, it wasn't omnipotent and required an equivalent exchange as its foundation. It could only be something that could be done, such as making wood burn or turning water into ice. It couldn't be done if it couldn't be done, such as stopping time. Therefore, challenging nothing and the impossible was the essence of magic. What's nothing? Sakura asked with a confused mind. Root. It's also called the root vortex or the blue hole. It's the cause of everything in this world, where all kinds of phenomena begin. Seito explained. It can be said that the various magic systems circulating in the world can be seen as small streams flowing out of this vortex. As long as I reach that minus, I can do the impossible? Sakura asked curiously. In theory, yes. In fact, there was indeed a guy who achieved a miracle that modern technology could never achieve. Seito laughed. Sakura looked even more curious. Speaking of which, that person is related to your family. Seito chuckled. His name is Kishiya Zelrich Sibianogu. He is the master of your family's ancestor, Nagato Far Asaka. He was the first person to confer the gem magic of the Far Asaka family, and the second user of the magic. The miracle he can perform is that he can freely travel between parallel worlds and witness a world that has developed differently from the world we live in. Wow! Sakura Tasaka exclaimed in surprise, as if she didn't understand. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Ito chuckled and said softly. Then he continued to talk about magic, so that Sakura Tasaka could fully understand the existence of magic. Just like that, under Ito's guidance. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a black car stopped outside the mansion of the Farasaka family. A bald old man, wearing a kimono with a short wooden stick in his hand, walked out of the car. If Ito was here at this time, he would immediately recognize the old man's identity, Nakanishi. The current, or rather, the head of the Nakanishi family, the old man who gave Sakura Tasaka despair in the original work. Nakanishi stepped forward and pressed the doorbell with the stick in his hand. Almost as soon as he pressed the doorbell, a maid came out of the mansion and quickly walked to the gate. She opened the gate without asking anything. Nakanishi chuckled when he saw this and slowly walked forward. The stick made a dong sound as he walked step by step toward the mansion of the Farasaka family. A few minutes later, Nakanishi entered the mansion. Welcome, Nakanishi. Long time no see, how are you doing? Still dressed in a red suit. As if the suit had become his formal attire, Tashiomi Tasaka appeared in front of Nakanishi. Oh, I'm fine. I won't die for now. Nakanishi said in a strange voice as he walked up the stairs. Nakanishi, you must be joking. Tashiomi said. Then the two went up to the second floor and entered the reception room that Ito went to last time. They sat facing each other inside. Nakanishi is here. I don't think he's here to reminisce about the past, Tashiomi Inaka said calmly. It was now the year 89. There was less than a year before the Fourth Holy Grail War was about to begin. It wasn't a particularly sensitive time, but it wasn't a good time either, as one of the three Oi families, the head of the Mitomo family, came to pay a visit, which made Tashiomi Inaka's heart full of vigilance. He knew very well how difficult and insidious that old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave, but still wouldn't die was. That's true. This old man has a favor to ask of you. Tamatsuji Nakashiki first bluntly admitted that he wasn't here to reminisce about the past, and then explained his intentions under Tashimi Nagasaka's please speak expression. Can you let one of your daughters be adopted by the Tong family? Tashimi Inosaka's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the inkstone opposite him with some astonishment. But soon, Tashiomi Inaka put away the shock in his heart and said apologetically, I'm sorry, mister. Dirty Inkstone, I can't agree to your request. Why? Tamatsuji Nakashiki frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Because just a few days ago, one of my daughters has officially become Ito-san's disciple. She is currently following him to practice magic, so she can't be adopted by your family and inherit the magic inheritance of the Tong family. Tashiomi Inaka said in a regretful tone. Ito. Tamatsuji Nakashiki narrowed his eyes and whispered Ito's name again. Is it the young magician who recently rose in the chronometer tower and was awarded the 3 primary colors yellow? Tamatsuji Nakashiki seemed to have thought of something and asked. Yes, it's him. Tashiomi Inaka confirmed. Can't you cancel this decision? After a short silence, Tamatsuji Nakashiki said again. Could it be that a newly risen magician is more important than the magic seal of the Tong family? In order to add weight, Tamatsuji Nakashiki deliberately talked about the magic seal of his family. The magic seal was a mysterious magic seal made by a magician who used a lifetime of practice to fix or stabilize his magic knowledge and magic research results. It could be passed on to descendants with the same bloodline through transplantation. It could be roughly understood that magicians use the form of engraving to pass on their research results to their descendants. On the one hand, this descendant could directly achieve a certain magic effect recorded in the seal by activating the seal. On the other hand, he could also expand this magic seal with his own research results. It was similar to the accumulation of research results or the assembly line programming of modern society. And because the magic seal needed to be accumulated from generation to generation and could only be passed on to one person, it could be said that the history of that bloodline was completely engraved in this family's magic seal. The magician who inherited the magic seal must bear the last wish of the family and give the seal to his descendants. In a sense, it could also be said to be a curse that repeatedly increased weight. Of course, this kind of thing was not absolute. If the magician was not afraid of the pain brought by the magic seal, an outsider could also inherit the magic seal. It's just that the magic seal was just a magic seal. Toshimi Nakashiki would not break the agreement for a magic seal and stain the name of Toshimi Nakashiki. But the key was that the magic seal of the Tong family was special. As one of the 3 Oi families that participated in the creation of the Holy Grail, the Mesotome family's magic seal would definitely contain the core technology related to the Holy Grail. If they could obtain it, it would be a very meaningful thing for the Inaka family. Sorry, I can't do this kind of thing. After a moment of hesitation, Toshimi Nakashiki said firmly. Then he continued, but if Nakashiki can make Ito-san agree, I won't object. Hearing this, Nakashiki laughed happily. Where's the magician of Yellow now? Nakashiki asked. In Fuyuki City, this is his address. Toshimi Nakashiki told him say Ito's address. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Nakashiki, who got the address, stood up from the sofa decisively and said goodbye. I'll see you off. Toshimi Nakashiki got up and said. Then the two left the room together, went out of the villa, crossed the courtyard, and came to the door of the house, watching Nakashiki get in the car and quickly drive out of his sight. On the other side, after 10 minutes of driving, the black car that Nakashiki was in stopped outside Seito's apartment. Cluck! Nakashiki got out of the car and looked up at the apartment in front of him, especially the bird that stayed on the roof of the apartment, and looked at the bird's eyes. Then the next moment, with a soft cluck sound, the door of the apartment suddenly opened, and Seito, dressed casually, immediately walked out of the room and looked at Nakashiki in front of him with a blank expression. I'm Nakashiki. You are the Seito who got yellow, right? Nakashiki looked up at Seito and said in an old voice. Chapter 1789. I don't think I know you, Seito, who was standing in front of the apartment, said in a low voice. That's not important. What's important is whether the child of the Yuanzaka family is here. Jiantong Zanyan said with a sinister smile. What do you mean? Seito narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. Aren't you going to invite me in? Jiantong Zanyan didn't care about the dangerous aura exuding from Seito at all. He looked straight into Seito's eyes and said in a low voice. Seito quietly looked at Jiantong Zanyan in front of him and stepped aside to open the path to the door. Come in. Tong Zanyan didn't say anything. He held his crutch and walked to the front of Ito-sei. He walked past him without any hesitation and went straight into the room. Looking at Jiantong Zanyan walking into the room, Seito sneered silently. He reached for the door handle, turned around, and closed the door. Bang! This doesn't look like a place where a magician lives. As if he was an invited guest, Tong Zanyan, who was looking at the decoration of the house, said with a sneer. Then what kind of house is a magician's residence according to you? Seito straightforwardly showed his disdain for his words and asked back. At least you have to establish a position, right? Jiantong Zanyan turned around and looked at Seito behind him. A position was also called a workshop. It was the first thing a magician would set up when he determined a place as his residence and stronghold. Its main function was to defend and scout the enemy. In addition, it would help the magician in the workshop when the enemy invaded. It would achieve the home field advantage, allowing the magician to enhance the casting speed, magic optimization, and magic effect in all aspects. Obviously, Jiantong Zanyan did not see any traces of the magic workshop in Seito's apartment, so he said this. Seito snorted and went straight to the point. All right, there's no need to say those useless words. Just tell me what you came for. What an impatient fellow. We're all young people these days, so impatient. It seems that the assessment standards of the chronometer tower have become a lot more relaxed. Zhang Yin Jiantong said with a sigh. Then, the topic changed. He formally stated his purpose for coming. I want the child of the Yuanzika family. How can you give up a right to use? Jiantong said. First of all, Sakura isn't an item, so there's no such thing as ownership. Secondly, Ying is the disciple I've chosen. I will never give up on her. In the end, old man, you better watch what you say. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson, Sei Ito said in an unfriendly tone. In fact, the main reason was that Jiantong Zanyan's appearance was too unpleasant. He was more disgusting than Kira Haratai-san in the Leluxiu world. Coupled with the innate dislike for him and the purpose of the other party's visit, it was difficult for Sei Ito not to be impatient. Jiantong Zanyan looked straight at Sei Ito for a moment, then took out a business card from the coat pocket outside the kimono and put it on the table beside him. He said in a low voice, "This is my business card, and my home address is on it. If you change your mind, take this business card and come to my home to find me. The price will be negotiable." After that, Jiantong Zhangyan did not stay any longer. He walked out of the house step by step with his aged steps. Sei Ito did not speak and let Jiantong Zanyan pass by him, and finally disappeared behind the closed door. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door, Sei Ito walked to the table, reached out and picked up Jiantong Zanyan's business card and looked at it in front of his eyes. He sneered, and a flame suddenly appeared between his fingers, instantly burning the business card left by Jiantong Zanyan to ashes. "I will visit, but not now," Sei Ito sneered. Then Sei Ito found Sakura Tasaka in the practice room and continued to teach her various basic knowledge about magic. Time passed quickly under Sei Ito's teaching. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed, and it was 1990. After more than half a year of Sei Ito's careful teaching, Sakura Tasaka was no longer the child who knew nothing about magic, but a little magician who could perform simple magic. "I don't think I know you," Sei Ito, who was standing in front of the apartment door, said lightly. "That's not important. What's important is whether Sakura Tasaka's child is here," Jiantong Zanyan said with a sinister smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. "Aren't you going to invite me and talk?" Jiantong Zanyan did not care about Sei Ito's dangerous aura at all. He looked straight into Sei Ito's eyes and said lightly. Sei Ito quietly looked at Jiantong Zanyan in front of him for a while, then stepped aside to make way for the door and said, "Come in." Tong Zanyan didn't say anything. He held his crutch and walked to the front of Ito Seiji. He walked past him without any hesitation and went straight into the room. Looking at Jiantong Zanyan walking into the room, Sei Ito sneered silently. He reached for the door handle, turned into the room, and closed the door. Bang! This doesn't look like a magician's place to live. As if he was an invited guest, Tong Zanyan, who was looking at the decoration of the house, said with a sneer, "Then according to you, what kind of room is a magician's residence?" Sei Ito straightforwardly showed his disdain for his words and asked back, "At least build a position, right?" Jiantong Zanyan turned around and looked at Sei Ito behind him. A position, also known as a workshop, was the first thing a magician would set up when he determined a place as his residence and stronghold. Its main function was to defend and scout the enemy. In addition, it would help the magician in the workshop when the enemy invaded. It would achieve the home field advantage, allowing the magician to enhance the casting speed, magic optimization, and magic effect in all aspects. Obviously, Jiantong Zanyan did not see any traces of a magic workshop in Sei Ito's apartment, so he said such words. "Okay, don't say those useless words. Just tell me your intention." Sei Ito snorted and said straightforwardly, "One impatient guy. Are all the youngsters nowadays so impatient? It seems that the assessment standards of the chronometer tower have become a lot more relaxed." Jiantong Zanyan said in a sigh. Then he changed the topic and officially explained his intention. "I want the child of the Tasaka family. What will make you give up her rights?" Jiantong Zanyan said. "First of all, Sakura is not an object. There's no so-called ownership. Second, Sakura is the disciple I have chosen. I will never give up on her. Finally, old man, you should pay attention when you speak. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Seito said in an unkind tone. In fact, the main reason was that Jiantong Zanyan's appearance was too unpleasant. He was more disgusting than Kira Haratai-san in the Leluxia world. In addition, Seito had a bad impression of him. The purpose of the other party's visit made it difficult for Seito not to be impatient. Jiantong Zanyan looked directly at Seito for a moment, then took out a business card from the coat pocket outside the kimono and put it on the table beside him. He said in a low voice, "This is my business card. My home address is on it. As long as you change your mind, take this business card and come to my home to find me. The price will be negotiable." After that, Jiantong Zanyan did not stay any longer. He walked out of the house step by step with his aged steps. Seito did not speak, let Jiantong Zanyan pass by him, and finally disappeared behind the closed door. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door, Seito walked to the table, reached out, and took Jiantong Zanyan's business card in front of him. He sneered, and a flame suddenly appeared between his fingers, instantly burning the business card left by Jiantong Zanyan to ashes. "I will visit, but not now," Seito sneered. Then Seito found Sakura Tasaka in the training room and continued to teach her all kinds of basic knowledge about magic. Time passed quickly under Seito's teaching. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and it was 1990. After half a year of Seito's careful teaching, Sakura Tasaka was no longer the child who knew nothing about magic. She was now a little magician who could perform simple magic. "I don't think I know you," Seito, who was standing in front of the apartment, said faintly. "That's not important. What's important is whether Sakura Tasaka's child is here," Jiantong Zanyan said with a sinister smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Seito narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Jiantong Zanyan did not care about Seito's dangerous aura at all. He looked straight into Seito's eyes and said faintly. Seito quietly looked at Jiantong Zanyan in front of him for a while, then stepped aside to open the path to the door. "Come in." Jiantong Zanyan did not speak. He leaned on his walking stick and walked in front of Seito. He walked past him without any hesitation and went straight into the room. Looking at Jiantong Zanyan walking into the room, Seito sneered silently. He reached out and pulled the door handle. He turned around and entered the room while closing the door behind him. Bang! "At least we have to establish a position, right?" Jiantong Zanyan turned around and looked at Seito behind him. Chapter 1790. P.S. Thanks to Insect Killing Potato and Boring Holy Sage for their tips. "Uncle Yinyi," Sakura called out hesitantly from behind the door. "It's me, Sakura. It's me." Hearing Sakura's long-awaited call, Yinye's emotions immediately became agitated. However, when paired with his stiff face with half of his veins popping out, he gave off a strong sense of malevolence. Sakura, who was behind the door, couldn't help but shrink back, hiding herself in the shadows. "I'm sorry, Sakura. I scared you." Yinyi quickly took a few deep breaths to calm himself down when he noticed Sakura's change. Seeing that Yinyi had calmed down, Sakura Tasaka walked back to the door. She opened the door and looked at Yinyi, who seemed unfamiliar to her. "What's wrong with your face?" Sakura asked softly. "Ah, it's just a small problem." Yinyi pretended to be relaxed. "Uncle Yinyi, you seem to have changed into a different person," Sakura said. "Haha, maybe that's the case." Yinyi laughed dryly. "Xiaoying, you too." Following that, Yinyi looked up and down and spoke softly. Her eyes were bright, and her clothes were neat and tidy. Her expression was no longer like that of a puppy following behind Ling. She looked very confident, just like the last time he saw Ling. However, she was not as arrogant as Ling. Instead, she looked more like a lady from a respectable family. "Yes, everything has changed." Yinyi sighed to himself. "Sakura, how have you been?" Yinyi suppressed his emotions and asked softly. "Very good. Brother Chung is very good to me." Sakura smiled happily and replied, "Brother Chung, Is that the man who became your master? Yin asked. Yes, that's him. Brother Chang said that calling him master would make him sound old, so he told me to call him brother. Sakura explained. Looks like you like him a lot. Yin tone was strange. Yes, Sakura confirmed. Of course, in the young Sakura's heart, the so-called like was just a child's feeling of closeness to someone who treated her well. It was just like how she liked toys and parents. That's good. Yin opened his mouth and finally said, Since you're doing well, I'm relieved. Sakura Dosaka looked at Yin strangely. She didn't understand what he meant. It's nothing. It's just that seeing that you're well, I can rest assured and do what I'm going to do next. Yin squatted down with difficulty and placed his uninjured right hand on Ying's head. He forced a smile. Uncle Yin, are you going somewhere far away? Ying asked softly. A child's senses were sharp to begin with. Coupled with the development of magic after learning magic, Sakura Inaka vaguely sensed something. Uncle will be busy with some important matters during this period of time. It might be very difficult for him to visit Ying in the future. Yin retracted his hand and explained. I see, Ying said with some disappointment. No matter what. Yin was the uncle she was close to. Even though he looked a little scary now, the warmth in her memories had not faded. Therefore, it was natural for her to be disappointed when she heard that it would be difficult to see her uncle again. I say, Ying, after I'm done with my work, let's play together again, with your mother and sister. Yin noticed Ying's disappointment and tried to salvage the situation. Really? Ying tilted her head and asked expectantly. Yes, it's true. We definitely will. I promise. Ying's strange face revealed an ugly smile as he promised. Then it's a promise. Ying asked. Yes, it's a promise. Yin nodded. Then, he opened his arms and hugged Sakura Dosaka. Ying did not dodge and allowed Yin to hug her tightly. Goodbye. Uncle should be leaving soon. Yin let go of Ying after a while and said, Okay, bye-bye, Uncle Yin. Ying said softly as she stood properly again. Then, Yin stood up with difficulty. Under Sakura Dosaka's gaze, he dragged his broken leg and walked away step by step until he disappeared into the shadows. Seeing Uncle Yin disappear, Sakura Dosaka retreated back into her room and locked the door with a bang. At the same time, as if it was startled, a black bird that had been hovering above the apartment suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. It flew in the direction that Yin left in. At the same time, on the bustling streets of Fuyuki City, Seito's route gradually separated from the crowd and began to travel to a less populated area. After traveling like this for more than 10 minutes, Sei finally came to a place where there was no one around. It looked like a large pile of goods, and he stopped in one of the relatively empty places. However, at this moment, Sei's right arm shook slightly. A black dagger with various irregular edges on the surface, looking like a rough stone tool from the Stone Age, suddenly slipped out of his sleeve and fell into Sei's palm. Then he clenched it tightly. Then, Ito waved his wrist and tilted the dagger. In the next second, a somewhat dazzling silver-white light instantly flew out from the surface of the dagger and blasted straight at the top of a container not far away. During this process, every obstacle that stood in the way of the beam of light was silently penetrated, as though the objects placed there weren't solid objects made of gold or stone, but instead, they were made of butter that looked like it wasn't made of gold or stone. How is this possible? After the light disappeared, a dark figure with half of his body missing and a skeleton-like mask on his face said in disbelief. Then, his body quickly dissipated and turned into countless dark spirit particles that gradually merged into the air. TSK, is this to prevent me from accidentally breaking in, or to see if I have become the master? Ito turned his head and looked at the place where Assassin disappeared and sneered. But it was normal to think of this. After all, the timing of Sei's appearance was too coincidental. In addition, the Holy Grail War had just begun. Therefore, regardless of whether it was out of reason or out of tactical and strategic considerations, it was normal to send an assassin to monitor Sei, a magician who was likely to become a participant in the war and also a possible unexpected factor. Therefore, it was normal for the assassin to understand his movements. Even if Sei Ito was in Tashimi's position, it would be the same. However, although he said that, his mood was not the same. So after sensing assassin surveillance, Ito Sei didn't hesitate to use his newly created concept weapon, the guns of Torowiska Bontik Yutori, to deal a heavy blow to assassin. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to test the actual effect of the guns of Torowiska Bontik Yutori. After all, this thing was a product of the weapon he used to create the fake Haihara Mitsuki in the Forbidden Magic Book catalog world. He was not sure if it could still reach the same level of power as in the Forbidden Magic world. But, judging from the current effect, it was very good. The power is a bit unexpected. Is it because the magicians in this world have not developed this kind of thing? So there is no influence on the number of users, so the mystery is enough? Sei Ito speculated with some uncertainty. Then Sei Ito put away the Torowiska Bontik Yutori made of obsidian in his hand, turned away from the pile of goods, and returned to the urban area of Fuyuki City, continuing to search for the whereabouts of Long Jijian Caster. It was a pity that although Fuyuki City was not very big, but it was not very small, it was difficult for one person to find Long Jijian Caster in a large-scale search. So until late at night, Sei Ito still could not find Long Jijian Caster. It seems that I can only wait for the plot to officially start, and they move to the underground pipeline. Sei Ito, who gave up the search and planned to return to the apartment, sighed in his heart. Crash! Crash! At this moment, a strange sound attracted Sei Ito's attention. Sei Ito turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far in front of him, in front of a building that should be a library, a burly man with a height of 2 meters, who looked like a giant in Japan, where the average height of a person was only 7 meters, was using his thick, muscular arms to forcibly pull up the bookstore's anti-theft shutter door, making a passage for him to pass through. That is, Sei Ito looked at the burly man with a stunned face. There was also a man standing not far from the burly man, whether it was height, figure, or appearance. He looked feminine. I didn't expect to meet these two guys here. Whoa! Then, the urgent alarm of an invasion sounded from the bookstore with its shutter door broken. Fool! 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 You actually broke the shutter door to come out. What the hell are you thinking? Why didn't you turn into a spirit like when you went in? The petite man shouted angrily. If you keep your spirit, you can't hold these. The burly man who was scolded showed a happy smile on his face, raised the 2 books in his hand, and said, Don't dawdle. Run away. Run away quickly. The petite man urged anxiously. This is ridiculous. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Isn't this like a thief? The burly man retorted with a dissatisfied face. If you aren't a thief, then what are you? The petite man shouted boldly. It's very different. If you run away in the dark, you're just an ordinary burglar. If you leave with a triumphant song, then you're the conqueror king's plunder. The burly man unhappily said this strange statement that conflicted with the contemporary law. Don't you think so? That guy over there. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at Sei Ito, who was standing far away. Who? Who is it? The petite man who was shocked by the burly man's change was stunned at first. Then he subconsciously followed the burly man's gaze and looked into the distance. Then he asked with a slightly changed expression. Well, according to modern concepts, what you're doing now is indeed stealing. No matter how you beautify it, Conqueror King. Sei Ito slowly walked towards the burly man, the rider of this world. The Conqueror King is Kandar, and his master, Webb said. Oh, looks like you aren't an ordinary spectator. The Conqueror King sized up Sei Ito with interest. Who are you? Some other master? Webb's body tensed up. His face was filled with unconcealable nervousness as he asked with a trembling voice. Nope, I'm just a knight, roaming magician. Sei Ito said softly with a smile. A magician, not a master? Webb exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Sei Ito said with a chuckle. But before saying anything more, it's best we leave this place. You don't want to spend the night in the police station, right? Without waiting for Webb or the Conqueror King to speak, Ito reminded them once again. As soon as he said that, Webb finally noticed the increasingly urgent alarm bells. Quickly disappear. Disappear now. Disappear immediately. Webb shouted at the Conqueror King with a flustered expression. Oh, then I'll leave the moving to you. Be careful not to drop it. The Conqueror King said as he placed the book in Webb's arms without any hint of nervousness. Then, his figure turned illusory and disappeared into thin air. Heroic spirits, inherent skill, spirit transformation. Seriously, why? Did it become like this? Webb, who was hugging the book, shouted loudly. Then, without any hesitation, he quickly ran off into the distance. As expected, the most interesting duo in this world's Holy Grail War. They're indeed worthy of being left to the end like in the original work. Seeing Webb run off, Ito muttered to himself with an amused expression on his face. Then, he took a step forward and chased after Webb at seemingly slow but actually fast speed. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Webb stopped on a deserted street. He bent over with his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. You still lack training, Webb Velvet. Ito, who had appeared near him at some point, said softly. However, in order to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Ito did not get too close to the panting Webb. Of course, even if he wanted to get close, he would need to break through the Conqueror King's obstruction. You know me? Webb said in astonishment when he heard his name being called out by a stranger. You contradicted Kenneth in class. Your reputation in the chronometer tower isn't weak. Ito chuckled. You're also a magician of the chronometer tower? Webb's expression was filled with vigilance. Then, let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Ito. Ito said formally with a smile. Chapter 1791. P.S. Thank you to Antinomy for your comment. Ito, you're the one who used the shortest amount of time to obtain a black evaluation, and then used a strange magic theory on the possibility of artificial magic circuit creation to raise your evaluation to yellow and rejected the invitation of most of the schools in the Tower of Time. You're known as the most arrogant, unreasonable, dangerous, and terrifying magician of yellow, who is most likely to cause turmoil in the magic world. Wilbur's eyes widened as he pointed at Ito with an incredulous and exaggerated expression. If there's no other magician named Ito, then the person you're talking about is me, Ito said with a smile. Why are you here? Wilbur first widened his already widened eyes even more, and then asked with an incredulous tone, Why can't I be here? Ito asked back with interest. Wilbur, who half expected to hear some exaggerated reason, was stunned by Ito's answer. His face was full of confusion. I didn't expect you to be a celebrity. The Conquest King took over from Wilbur, who was speechless. Ito smiled slightly and did not say anything. But I don't think you're here just to get to know my idiot master, right? Iskandar continued. How should I put it? It should be considered an inspection, Ito said while gently rubbing his chin with his right hand as he sized up Wilbur. Inspection? Wilbur was puzzled. Yes, I'm inspecting whether you're worth me sparing your life, Ito said calmly. As soon as he said that, Wilbur was immediately shocked. His face turned pale, and his eyes were full of fear. At the same time, Iskandar frowned slightly and prepared to fight. Then, he said calmly, How is it? Very interesting. Ito, who did not care that Iskandar had locked onto him, chuckled. Hey, Wilbur, can I call you that? Ito asked Wilbur. Yes, Webb said with a trembling voice. Hey, don't be so ugly. You should know that you are the master of Iskandar, the conquering king. How can I not show some spirit? Iskandar, who could no longer bear to watch Wilbur's cowardly performance, slapped Wilbur's back with a dissatisfied expression. He didn't care that the young man was coughing violently because of the slap. Cough, cough, you said it. Cough, cough. Easy. I want to, but I'm just afraid. What can I do? Webb said, feeling wronged. Sigh. Iskandar shook his head in disappointment and let out a long sigh. Even though the two of them appeared very relaxed, they did not seem to care about Ito's existence. But as the person involved, Ito knew that Iskandar, who seemed to be distracted, had never given up on locking onto him. He believed that if there was any slight movement at that time, Iskandar would have given him a strong blow and let him see what a heroic spirit was and what the conquering king was. Webb, Ito called out again after the two of them were done fooling around. Yes, yes, Webb replied. If you can survive this Holy Grail war, I'll give you a big gift, Ito said with a smile. Big gift? Wilbur repeated in disbelief. Yes, big gift. So, Webb, try your best to survive this Holy Grail war, Ito encouraged him. Don't worry, we will definitely achieve the final victory, Iskandar laughed heroically. Then, I'll take my leave. Good night, Webb. Good night, Your Highness Conquering King. Ito gave the two of them a slight bow that was passed down among European nobles, then turned and walked away. Not long after, he completely disappeared from the sight of the man and the heroic spirit. Webb, be careful of that guy. He's very dangerous. Iskandar only suddenly turned to look at the little master beside him when he could no longer see Ito's figure, and said with a serious face, I know, I'll be careful. Seeing the usually carefree conquering king suddenly instructing him so seriously, Webb did not hesitate and replied with a serious expression. How scary are the magicians now so strong? Iskandar muttered in a voice that only he could hear as he looked at the direction Ito left in again. What? Webb asked in confusion. No, nothing. Let's go back. Iskandar shook his head. Webb nodded and followed Iskandar back to the suburban farm that he used his hypnotic magic to occupy. On the way back, Iskandar, who had been silent, suddenly said, Oh right, tell me about that guy just now. Huh? Webb looked at Iskandar in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly became interested in a magician. However, he did not pay too much attention to it, and told him what he knew. He's a senior who's 3 realms higher than me. At the same time, on the other side, Ito finally returned to the apartment that Ito lived in after some movement. Creak. Bang. Hearing the sound of the door, Kasaka Sakura, who was sleeping on the sofa, sat up in a daze. She rubbed her eyes with her hand while looking at the door with sleepy eyes and said lazily, Brother Chung, you're back. Yeah, I'm back, Ito said as he took off his shoes and walked into the house. Then, he continued in a slightly apologetic tone, Sorry for waking you up. Yawn. Kasaka Sakura did not say anything. She only yawned sleepily. Ito, who came to Kasaka Sakura's side, reached out and gently patted Kasaka Sakura's head as he said, Okay, go back to your room and sleep. Remember not to wait for me next time. I don't know when I'll be back. Okay, Kasaka Sakura responded obediently. Then I'll go to sleep. Good night, Brother Chung, Kasaka Sakura said as she stood up on the sofa. Good night, Ito replied. Then he watched Kasaka Sakura walked up the stairs to the second floor, and disappeared around the corner between the floors. Bang! After about 10 seconds, the soft sound of the door closing came from the second floor. Ito looked away and smiled silently. Then, he leaned over and picked up the TV remote control from the coffee table beside him. He clicked on it secretly, and a hidden compartment the size of a finger immediately appeared on the back of the remote control. Then, Ito aimed the remote control at the TV that was not turned off and pressed the button in the hidden compartment with his finger. The next moment, the image on the TV changed slightly and changed to another image. It was a picture that was divided into 9 small squares, and each picture corresponded to a strange location. If one paid a little more attention, they would find that the locations in those pictures corresponded to the surroundings of this apartment. In other words, this was a surveillance image. Then, Ito held the remote control and used the original buttons on the remote control to adjust the image on the screen. He zoomed in, 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 and zoomed in. After checking all the images, he pulled up a new image. It was a surveillance image of the apartment's surroundings during the day. Ito sat down on the sofa and used the fast-forward method to browse through the recorded images. Under the 8x speed playback, the image of Yinya and Sakura's meeting appeared almost instantaneously on the screen. Seeing this, Seito immediately pressed the pause button and squinted at the frozen image of Yinya, who looked like a criminal who was too ashamed to face anyone. How'd he know about this place? Did that old man tell him about it? Should I calm him down? Seito thought to himself. After thinking for a moment, Seito pressed the play button again and browsed through the image of Yinya and Sakura's meeting at normal speed. Unfortunately, this surveillance video was mainly used to deal with magicians who might invade the apartment. Magicians were a group of old antiques who didn't understand modern technology. Few of them understood and used modern technology like Weigong Ji. Therefore, many modern technologies had a miraculous effect on magicians. Therefore, the corresponding position of the surveillance camera wasn't facing the inside of the apartment. Therefore, other than knowing that the two of them were meeting, they couldn't see the specific situation. Therefore, things like lip reading couldn't be used to reconstruct the conversation between the two. 2 to 3 minutes later, Yinya's figure reappeared on the surveillance screen and walked away from the apartment. Ito-sei watched quietly for a while. Then he replayed the video at a higher magnification and continued to browse. After that, there was nothing else worth his attention in the surveillance footage. After browsing through the daytime surveillance video, Ito switched back to the normal surveillance mode and switched the image back to the normal television screen. Then, he turned off the television, got up, and went to the second floor. He returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. At the next moment, a new image appeared in his mind. At this time, in another place, in an old-fashioned Western-style building, an old man and a thin man stood facing each other. These two people were none other than Jiantong Zhongyin and Jiantong Yinya. You've already met her, right? Yinya said in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, I'll listen to your orders and get that damn Holy Grail back. Yinya said in a tone full of disgust. That would be for the best. Yinya said. Oomph. Jiantong Yinya snorted and dragged his disabled leg to walk forward step by step. He passed by Jiantong Zhongyin and finally disappeared at the end of the corridor. Yinya, who was standing alone in the corridor, walked to the window and turned his head to look at the tree outside the courtyard. There, a pitch-black bird was looking at the Tong family's mansion with its head tilted. Chapter 1792. P.S. Same old question. Teach first, change later. Okay, that's all for today. The next morning, Seito stopped Sakura Tasaka's magic practice. Yes, Sakura Tasaka immediately stopped her practice and responded softly. This is for you. Seito walked in front of Sakura Tasaka and handed her a blue crystal necklace pendant tied with a strange dark brown hemp rope. Sakura Tasaka's face showed a confused expression. This is the amulet I made for you. Remember to wear it at all times. It can guarantee your safety. Seito put the pendant around Sakura Tasaka's neck and explained. Thank you, Brother Chung. Sakura Tasaka thanked him. Brother Chung, are you busy with something? Sakura Tasaka asked in confusion. Yes, I'll be busy this week. Seito admitted with a smile. That's why I have to go out often. But the security in the city is very bad right now. I don't want anything to happen to my cute Sakura. No, I'll stay at home. Sakura Tasaka blushed and replied softly. Okay, then I'm relieved. Seito smiled. Okay, go and rest. We'll continue the magic base theory lesson later. Seito patted Sakura's head and continued. Okay, Sakura Tasaka replied. The two then left the enclosed training room and returned to the living room. After returning to the living room, the two rested for more than half an hour. Then, Ito-sei taught Sakura about the magic base plate as he said earlier until noon. What do you want to eat for lunch? Seito asked. Mapo tofu. Sakura Tasaka thought for a while and said. Seito's mouth twitched when he heard the name of the vegetable. He didn't know what was wrong with her, but Sakura Tofu, who had eaten Chinese food with him several times, suddenly fell in love with the Sichuan dish Mapo tofu. She wanted to eat it every now and then, which made Ito Seiji feel that Sakura was going to follow in the footsteps of Fengchi Riki and become the Mapo witch. Okay, Seito said helplessly. Yay! Sakura to Saka cheered happily. Then, the two of them packed up and left the apartment together. They walked to the nearest Chinese restaurant. A moment later, the two arrived at the restaurant. Hello, Priest Yin. Sure enough, Ito Sei saw Yin Fengqi sitting alone at a big table by the window in the Chinese restaurant, silently enjoying mapo tofu, just like the nickname given to this guy by the fans in the main world. Ito-sensei, and Miss Sakura to Saka. Yin Fengqi raised his head. He looked at Seito and Sakura to Saka with empty eyes. He was very familiar with these two people. They were regulars who often came to the Chinese restaurant. The two groups often met in this relatively famous Chinese restaurant, so the two groups had some communication, such as greeting each other like now. Are you here to eat? Yin Fengqi asked. Yeah, Sakura wants to eat mapo tofu again. That's why I brought her here to try it. Seito brought Sakura to Saka to an empty table and sat down. Nagasaka Sakura, who was mentioned, had an embarrassed expression on her face. But speaking of which, I haven't seen a priest in a while. Is there something you need to do? Itose said as if he was chatting casually. Yeah, there are some things going on at the church, so I'm busy. Yin Fengqi answered expressionlessly. Oh, Seito didn't deny it. At this time, the waiter in the restaurant came to them. What would you like to order? The waiter asked. A mapo tofu, a shredded pork, a cabbage tofu soup, and 2 more bowls of rice. 2 more bowls of rice. Itose didn't even look at the menu and ordered directly. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter took down the order and politely left the table. Speaking of which, Fuyuki City has been a lot quieter recently. Seito looked at the restaurant with fewer customers than before and sighed. Yin Fengqi silently scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu and put it into his mouth without answering. I think the church has also been affected. Seito turned to look at Yin Fengqi. It's a little affected, but it's not serious. Yin Fengqi calmly replied. The police are really too much. They haven't caught the criminal for so long. I don't even dare to let Sakura go out now. I'm afraid she'll meet the perverted murderer if she's unlucky. Seito complained like an ordinary person. Yin Fengqi's expression didn't change at all. He still used a calm tone like a real priest comforting him. I believe everything will be fine. Of course, this guy was indeed a real priest. He could even be said to be an excellent priest. But with his cold expression and empty eyes, it was really difficult to get close to him. It was even more difficult to use him to educate the world and make the non-believers return to the embrace of God. I'm done. Enjoy. At this time, Yin Fengqi gently put the spoon in his hand on the empty plate with only the red soup hanging on it, stood up and said, Okay. Seito smiled. Yin Fengqi nodded at Seito and turned to walk out of the restaurant. After a while, he disappeared behind the door of the restaurant. Seito, who watched Yin Fengqi leave, smiled softly, retracted his gaze, and chatted with Sakura to Saka. After more than an hour, the two had lunch, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. After wandering around the streets of Fuyuki City for a while, they returned to the apartment where they lived and began their normal daytime life. Until it was nearly dusk. Sakura remembered to stay at home. Itose put on his shoes and stood at the entrance. He opened the door slightly and turned his head to look at Sakura Dosaka, who was watching TV in the room. I know, Chungij. Sakura to Saka replied. Seito smiled and walked out of the apartment. Bang! This time, Itose didn't wander around aimlessly searching for Long Jijia and Castor. Instead, he moved to the largest hotel in the center of Fuyuki City with a clear purpose. Therefore, his target this time was very simple. It was Director Kenneth and his fiancée, as well as their common follower, Lancer. However, there was a saying that plans could never match changes. Just as Seito was on the way to the Kaiwa Hotel where Kenneth lived, 2 huge figures came into Seito's sight. It was 2 women. One of them was dressed in white. She was wearing a white jumpsuit that looked like winter warm clothes. There was a black vertical line on the surface, and the top of her boots was above her knees, reaching the middle of her thighs. She was wearing a white fur hat on top of her long silver hair. The other person, on the other hand, was dressed in black, wearing a very masculine black suit. Her blonde hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. She walked side by side with the woman in white on the street of Fuyuki City. These two people were one of the participants of the Holy Grail War in this world, King Arthur Artoria and the artificial life with the body of the little Holy Grail, Alice Phil von Erzbrunn. Seeing the two of them, Idose immediately changed his mind and followed the two of them. Of course, because of Saber's heaven-defying intuition, Idose did not dare to follow them blatantly. If he did, he would be immediately discovered by them. Therefore, he used all kinds of techniques to conceal his senses, vision, and aura, and carefully followed them. More than an hour later, the two had lunch, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. And after strolling on the streets of Fuyuki City for a while, they returned to the apartment where they lived and began their normal daytime life. Sakura, remember to stay at home. After putting on his shoes, standing at the entrance, Ito opened the door and turned to look at Sakura, who was watching TV in the room. Ito smiled slightly and walked out of the apartment. This time, Idose didn't wander around aimlessly searching for Long Jijia and Castor. Instead, he moved to the largest hotel in the center of Fuyuki City with a clear purpose. Therefore, his target this time was very simple. It was Director Kenneth and his fiancée, as well as their common follower, Lancer. However, there was a saying that plans could never match changes. On the way to the Kaiwa Hotel, where Ito lived, two huge figures came into Ito's sight. They were two women. One of them was white all over. She was wearing a white jumpsuit that looked like winter warm clothes. There was a black vertical line on the surface, and the top of her boots was above her knees, reaching the middle of her thighs. She was wearing a white fur hat on top of her long silver hair. The other person, on the other hand, was dressed in black, wearing a very masculine black suit. Her blonde hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. She walked side by side with the woman in white on the street of Fuyuki City. These two people were one of the participants of the Holy Grail War in this world, King Arthur Artoria and the artificial life with the body of the little Holy Grail, Alice Phil von Erzbrunn. Seeing the two of them, Idose immediately changed his mind and followed the two of them. Of course, because of Saber's heaven-defying intuition, Idose did not dare to follow them blatantly. If he did, he would be discovered immediately. Therefore, he used all kinds of techniques to conceal his senses, vision, and aura, and carefully followed them. Chapter 1793. P.S. Thanks to Board Lord and Instant Potato for their tips. Noticing the change in the security zone, Saber was no longer in the mood to play the role of a princess and a knight with Alice Phil. She straightened up and shielded Alice Phil behind her. She stared sharply at the strange man who was slowly walking towards them under the moonlight. Alice Phil, who was being protected, looked at the man with a puzzled expression. "Is he an enemy?" she asked. "I'm not sure, but my feeling tells me that he's very dangerous," Saber replied with a serious expression. "Is he stronger than you as a heroic spirit?" Alice Phil was puzzled. "We'll only know after we fight," Saber replied. "Oh," Alice Phil replied in a low voice. At this time, the man walked in front of Saber and Alice Phil. He stopped about 5 meters away from them. "Good evening, beautiful ladies. I'm Ito. May I have the honor of inviting the two of you to play with me?" The man placed one hand on his chest, leaned forward slightly, and made a Western-style bow with a smile. "Sorry, we're not interested in playing with strangers," Saber replied coldly. "Strangers? As long as we become friends, it's fine, isn't it?" Ito straightened up and asked with a smile. "We're not interested in becoming friends with you, sir," Saber replied bluntly. "Miss Bodyguard, you're really cold. You won't be able to find a boyfriend like this," Ito said with a smile. "That's none of your business," Saber said with a serious expression. Puffed. However, the moment Saber finished speaking, a burst of uncontrollable laughter came from behind her. Behind Saber, Aliceville was holding her stomach with one hand and covering her nose with the other. She bent over and looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to make a sound. Her whole body was trembling violently, as if she was suffering from some kind of illness. "Ollie!" Saber, who saw Aliceville's behavior from the corner of her eye, called out angrily. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean it." Aliceville quickly held back her laughter and apologized. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was obvious that he wanted to laugh again. "Oomph!" Saber snorted angrily and ignored Aliceville. "Stop hiding the head and showing the tail. Tell me why you're here." Saber looked at Ito-say with a sharp gaze and asked, "Since you say so, well, my goal is very simple. I just want to invite the two of you to come home with me, and then we can discuss the meaning of life together," Ito said with a strange smile. Although there was nothing wrong with what Kieran said, Saber's sharp intuition told her that it wasn't anything good. "I told you, we're not interested," Saber said coldly. "Please leave us now. Otherwise, I don't mind using force to expel you." Sigh, what an unlovable girl. Ito-say shook his head and sighed. "Since the peaceful invitation didn't work, since it's not a good idea, I guess I'll have to resort to force." As soon as he finished speaking, Ito's aura changed. It went from being as peaceful as an ordinary person to a natural hurricane, full of aggression and shock. At the same time, there was a strong wind. Under the influence of his aura, the wind blew around, stirring up dust and sand. Saber, who felt the change in Ito's aura, did not dare to hesitate. She immediately activated the magic in her body and changed the suit she was wearing into the concept armor she wore in battle. It was a blue suit with a long skirt covered with metal armor on the chest and thighs. Her limbs were covered with metal armor. Her hands were slanted and her fingers were closed as if she was holding an invisible weapon. However, Ito knew that she was really holding a sword. It was just that the sword was covered by the wind barrier, so it could not be seen. "Alice, back off a little. Protect yourself and watch the surroundings. I'm not sure if he's alone or if he has other companions," Saber said softly as she focused. "Got it. Be careful," Aliceville reminded her, and then slowly stepped back. "I'll ask you one last time before we start. Who are you?" Saber asked seriously. "Ito. I'm just a random magician who likes beauties and wants to make friends with you." Ito smiled. "Master." Saber frowned when she heard that and muttered softly. "That's not it. I'm not a participant of the Holy Grail War in this world. I'm just a random magician who loves to break established rules. So, you don't have to worry about me having other companions or heroic spirits hiding around. I'm alone," Ito stated generously. Saber heaved a sigh of relief, her instincts telling her that the man wasn't lying. She relaxed a little. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not going to come with me?" Ito raised his eyebrows. "I'm sure," Saber said sternly. "You're really not a cute girl." Ito sighed and shook his head regretfully. Although Saber did not know what Ito meant, she was strangely annoyed at that moment. She snorted and took the initiative to attack. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. The moment the sand flew, Saber shot out like a cannonball and arrived in front of Ito in the blink of an eye. She waved the invisible sword in her hand and slashed horizontally. Ito tapped his foot and quickly jumped back. Whoosh! The biting cold wind from the sword cut through the air with a strong force. Ito narrowed his eyes and jumped back the moment he landed on the ground. He dodged Saber's attack and shook his right arm slightly. He instantly grabbed an obsidian dagger that slipped out of his sleeve, the spear of Torowiska Bontica Tori, and flipped it over. A ray of light immediately shot toward Saber. Saber, who felt the danger, immediately stopped and raised her sword to block the ray of light. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beam of light exploded, creating a gust of wind. Then, a golden sword with strange patterns on its surface appeared in front of Saber. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared and became an invisible sword once again. Not enough mystery, Ito thought to himself. I'm starting to miss Ascalon. Maybe if that thing was here, I could get the upper hand. Ito thought again. Just as he was thinking about these useless things, Saber kicked her foot again and rushed in front of Ito at an even faster speed than before. She swung her sword at him. Ito glanced at Saber's two hands from the corner of his eye. He lowered his body and dodged the invisible sword by brushing against the cold wind above his head. Then he flipped the spear of Torowiska Bontic in his hand and shot out a ray of white light. Caught off guard, the ray of white light accurately hit Saber's chest armor. Bang! A small black dent immediately appeared on Saber's chest armor. But that was all there was to it. The laser beam did not disintegrate it into particles like it did with ordinary objects, nor did it penetrate Saber's breastplate like a laser beam. All it left was a small dent the size of a bullet that was slowly recovering. The effect on the magic attribute. Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Then, he quickly rolled to the side and dodged Saber's attack. Looks like I can only rely on physical skills. He flipped his hand. Ito thought to himself as he threw the spear of Torowiska Bontic made of obsidian back into his sleeve. Then, he curled up his body and stood up. He clenched his fists and assumed a Xing fist stance. Then, Ito stomped his foot and rushed toward Saber. Saber did not dare to be slow and swung her sword at him, but it seemed like she had expected it. Itomori easily dodged her slash and threw a punch at Saber in the gap. It was the drilling fist in Shingi. Bang! Under the punch, Saber's body could not help but stagger backward. Ito did not let her off and immediately followed up with a step forward. Saber frowned and shouted, "Hammer of the Wind King!" In an instant, a gust of wind visible to the naked eye rushed towards Ito's body like a sledgehammer swung by a giant. Ito's heart tightened when he saw this. He quickly pulled back his fist and crossed his arms in front of his body. Bang! In a violent, muffled sound, Ito's body quickly slid backward, leaving two long traces on the ground. It was not until 4 or 5 meters away that he stopped. Ito's raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Saber, who was standing not far away, and thought to himself, sure enough, only high-level anti-spirit spells are effective against heroic spirits. Otherwise, pure melee martial arts won't be able to cause any damage to heroic spirits. Ito's raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Saber, who was standing not far away. I can't believe I overlooked Yin Fengili's condition. That's not right. Come to think of it, Saber's magic resistance is also a headache. Do I really have to capture a servant to help me? However, Saito soon gave up on this idea, putting aside the fact that he did not want to have anything to do with the command incantation at all and be discovered by the suppression force that might be related to the command incantation. Even if he was willing to accept the command incantation, there was no one among the current servants that he would take a liking to. They were either seriously insane killing enthusiasts, irrational knights, assassins who operated in the dark, and whose frontal combat ability was basically trash, or Stinky Fart who had a Chinibu disease that could not be cured. As for the remaining 2 servants, although they were considered normal, one of them was someone that Ito liked when they were together and didn't want to ruin their relationship. The other one was someone who wanted to play the game of loyalty and wouldn't listen to his orders without obtaining the command incantation. Therefore, they could also be excluded. Therefore, the only one that he could use was himself. Hagelas. Then Ito-sei put down his arms in front of him and chanted the incantation loudly. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a gust of cold air suddenly spread between heaven and earth. Then, a large number of quail-dan-sized hailstones appeared in the sky and blasted towards Saber. That's the Nordic rune magic? Alice Phil, who was standing by the sea and watching the battle, said with some doubts. As a magician family born in Europe, she had some understanding of the rune magic that occupied a certain position in the European magic system. However, because of the family inheritance, she wasn't too clear about it, so she couldn't make a clear judgment. Saber waved her sword with both hands and relied on her intuition to block all the large hailstones that hit her body one by one. However, Just as she was focused on blocking the magician, Sei Ito, who was the caster, suddenly stopped the magic supply and rushed toward Alice Phil in a flash. "Ollie, be careful." Saber's expression changed drastically when she noticed this change. Then, she ignored the physical damage caused by the falling hail and used her errank agility to rush towards Alice Phil at a super high speed that was comparable to the speed of sound. Looking at Sei Ito rushing toward her, Alice Phil, who was full of nervousness, forced herself to calm down, then raised her hand and whispered a magic incantation. The next moment, a thin energy line flew out from Alice Phil's hand. As if there was an invisible weaver operating it, it quickly weaved itself into an energy eagle. It flapped its wings and rushed toward Seito. Seito didn't stop moving. He just held the Torowiska Bontic Atori spear in his hand again. With a flip of his hand, a white beam of light shot out. Puff! The moment the two came into contact, the eagle weaved by energy lines immediately exploded, turning into countless light spots that floated into the air. Then, Seito didn't stop moving. He turned the Torowiska Bontic Atori spear again and shot a beam of light at Saber, who was rushing from the other side. Saber waved the sword in one hand, and with a puff sound, the beam of light was extinguished. She continued to rush toward Alice Phil without slowing down. Then, in the next second, the two almost arrived in front of Alice Phil at the same time. One stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, while the other slashed forward with her sword. If she didn't dodge, Seito's attack would inevitably end with her being cut in half. Seito, who didn't want to die here, was shocked. He suddenly pressed his hand down. Relying on the shape of Saber's hands and the feeling in his mind, he pressed down on the blade of invisible sword. Then, with the support of Saber's invisible sword, he turned upside down and jumped behind Alice Phil. Chapter 1794. Swoosh! Saber, who missed her attack, slid and turned around. She continued to swing her sword at Seito, who had just landed on the ground. Seito also moved and came to Alice Phil's side. He reached out with one hand and grabbed Alice Phil's throat. He used his arm to pull Alice Phil in front of him. Whoosh! In an instant, the invisible blade stopped. Hiss, however, the sharp wind brought about by the sword blade sway was still like a real blade. It cut a long and thin cut on the white fur coat that Alice Phil was wearing, exposing the inner lining inside. Despicable! Saber glared at Seito, who was hiding behind Alice Phil, and scolded. But victory is in my hands. Seito was not ashamed. Instead, he smiled proudly. Shameless people will only use this method to win. Dirty! Saber said sternly. Whatever you say, Seito said indifferently. Nothis. Then he whispered. In an instant, magic threads suddenly emerged from the void. They tied Alice Phil's body like ropes and entered her body. Ollie, seeing the appearance of such a change, Saber quickly looked up at Alice Phil and shouted anxiously. Don't worry, it's just a kind of binding magic. It can make her more obedient. Seito said. Saber ignored him and continued to stare at Alice Phil's face. That's right, Alice Phil said softly. Despicable guy. What are you trying to do? Hearing Alice Phil's confirmation, Saber, who was slightly relieved, glared at Seito and asked. Of course it's to bring her home and discuss the true meaning of life. Seito smiled frivolously. Unfortunately, whether it was Alice, Phil, or Saber, both of them were the kind of people who could be said to be a little dumb. They couldn't understand this kind of pun at all. They only thought that Ito-chung was patronizing them. Therefore, the expression on their faces became angrier, as if they couldn't wait to swallow him alive. Disarm you. Seito didn't care about Saber's expression and directly ordered. Saber looked at Seito. Then, she looked at Alice Phil, who was being choked by him. She removed the armor on her body with a face full of indignation, revealing the blue and white skirt underneath. Sword, Seito reminded her. Saber was silent and put away the Excalibur that was wrapped in the wind barrier. Nothis Lagizothala. Seito chanted a new incantation. Nothis, in Nordic runes, it has the meaning of oppression, restraint, disappointment, and potential power. Laguz. In rune runes, it means water, flowing and has the power to increase. Athala, the number to possess and obtain strange things beyond one's consciousness and experience. Ancestor. This was because the unity of the three of them was to restrain the monsters that possessed super strength. Therefore, the moment his voice fell, a magical ray that was much thicker and brighter than the one that restrained Alice, Phil, suddenly appeared from the void. It shot straight at Saber. Don't resist. Otherwise, your Alice will be the one to suffer. Just as Saber was about to resist, Seito immediately lifted Alice Phil's head and said softly. Seeing this, Saber didn't dare to move. She silently accepted the binding and binding power. Unfortunately, your master isn't here. Otherwise, I really want to force him to contribute your command incantation, Seito said regretfully. That's definitely not going to happen, Alice Phil said confidently. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he lifted his right foot slightly and stomped on the ground. Then, there was a muffled explosion. A hole that was as wide as a person appeared on the beach of the seaside park amidst the flying sand. Jump in, Seito said to Saber. Saber frowned, but after considering Alice Phil's safety, she didn't say anything. She obediently walked to the side of the sandpit and jumped in. It was neither big nor small. The edge of the sandpit was just about the same height as her shoulder, or rather just a little. Seito pushed Alice Phil to the front of the sandpit and smiled at Saber, who was in the sandpit. Then, he chanted a spell to summon a stream of water and poured it into the sandpit until the entire sandpit was filled. Are you trying to humiliate me? Saber, who was in the sandpit, glared at Seito and shouted. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. He continued to chant a new Nordic rune spell. Then, in the next second, the stream of water in the sandpit where Saber was immediately covered in frost. After a while, it completely turned into an ice statue and froze Saber in the sandpit. Sensing that her movements were restricted, Saber's expression finally changed. Goodbye, uncute Miss Saber, Seito said to Saber, who was in the sandpit with a smile on his face. After saying that, without waiting for Saber's reply, he immediately carried Alice Phil onto his shoulder. Then, as if using the Taoist distance shrinking technique, he quickly ran into the distance. Bastard, stop right there, Saber shouted loudly. If it was under normal circumstances, regardless of whether it was using magic or brute force, this small sandpit wouldn't be able to trap Saber, who was the strongest color. However, the bad thing was that she was now in a situation where her magic was restricted. Due to the influence of this strange magic, even spiritualization was a little difficult. Therefore, she couldn't escape from this somewhat shameless imprisonment in a short period of time. She could only watch as Seito carried Alice Phil and disappeared before her eyes. I will definitely catch you. I swear, Saber shouted angrily with a face full of anger. After 3 to 4 minutes, accompanied by an explosion, Saber, who had used her powerful magic attribute to destroy the various restraints on her body, reappeared on the ground. She summoned her concept gear and hurriedly chased after Seito. However, in these 3 to 4 minutes, Seito, who was not much worse than her in terms of agility, had already disappeared without a trace. No matter how Saber searched for a long time, she couldn't find any trace of Seito or Alice Phil. Sigh. In the end, Saber sighed helplessly and stopped searching. She didn't know what to do. As a heroic spirit, although she was given all kinds of modern knowledge after coming to the modern world, Saber still had a congenital defect when it came to the use of technological products. Therefore, she was still not used to things like mobile phones. Therefore, after losing Alice Phil as a middleman, even if she wanted to contact Master Wei Gong Qixi, it would be troublesome. But fortunately, her Master Wei Gong Qixi would soon arrive in Fuyuki City, so Saber didn't need to be confused for too long. Let's continue to search. After thinking for a while, Saber, who felt that there was nothing to do at the moment, whispered to herself, Then she thought to remove the concept gear. She changed back to the previous black suit and once again walked on the deserted streets of Fuyuki City like a passerby. At the same time, on another street leading to the center of Fuyuki City, Sei Ito and Alice Phil were walking slowly. "You won't succeed." Alice Phil, who was silent for a long time, suddenly said, "You know what I'm going to do?" Sei Ito looked at Alice Phil with interest and asked, "No matter what you do, you won't succeed." Alice Phil said with confidence, "Are you sure?" Sei Ito stopped and turned to look at Alice Phil. Alice Phil was first shocked by Sei Ito's action, and then she raised her head firmly, like a proud peacock. "Oh!" Seeing this, Sei Ito chuckled, suddenly reached out and grabbed Alice Phil's neck. When her face was in pain, he pulled her in front of him and lowered his head to kiss Alice Phil's lips vigorously. At the same time, his other hand was not idle, and he took the initiative to climb up Alice Phil's alpine mountain and pinched it hard. Alice Phil, whose mouth and body had been attacked, subconsciously let out a low moan of pain, following which his heart trembled, and he closed his mouth in anger and bit down. Feeling the change in Alice Phil, Sei Ito immediately pushed her out. Scram! Then a crisp sound came from Alice Phil's mouth, which was tightly closed. "You say if I go one step further, will I succeed?" Sei Ito looked at Alice Phil, who was in pain because of the defense circle of her teeth, with a faint smile, and asked, "Hooligan, despicable, shameless, perverted hooligan." Alice Phil's face turned red as she cursed loudly. "Although I have a good temper, if you continue to scold me, I might really push you down here," Sei Ito said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Alice Phil was like a phonograph that was cut off. She suddenly stopped talking. At the same time, a look of nervousness and fear appeared on her face, as if Sei Ito would turn into a demon and pounce on her in the next moment. "Follow me." Sei Ito curled his lips, turned around, and said lightly without looking back as he walked forward again. Looking at Sei Ito's back gradually walking away, Alice Phil's face hesitated for a moment. Then she hesitantly moved her legs and followed him while maintaining a certain distance. "Saber, check, come and save me." Alice Phil prayed with sadness in her heart. They were silent all the way, and the two gradually entered the city center. Chapter 1795. P.S. It's still the same. First pass, then change. More than 20 minutes later, Sei Ito and Alice Phil came to the landmark building of Fuyuki City, Kaiwa Hotel. "You'd better be honest later, otherwise I will do what I say, push you down, and give you man, Wagon Cutler, a big hat that must be green and shiny." Before entering the Kaiwa Hotel, Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Alice Phil, who was about 1 meter away from him, and said fiercely. Alice Phil trembled when she heard the words and nodded quickly, indicating that she understood. "Come here," Sei Ito said softly. Alice Phil hesitated a little, and then hesitantly stepped forward and walked to Sei Ito's side. "Follow me." Sei Ito looked at Alice Phil faintly, said softly, and started walking toward the Kaiwa Hotel. Alice Phil didn't dare to hesitate and quickly followed him. The two walked into the lobby of the Kaiwa Hotel one after another. The lobby of the Kaiwa Hotel was very spacious, about the size of a school gymnasium. The floor was covered with custom-made square tiles that could be combined into a huge floor pattern. Under the soft yellow light of the hotel, the tiles gave off a faint yellow glow, making the whole lobby look like an ancient palace. Stepping on the floor tiles, Sei Ito and Alice Phil came to the reception desk in the hotel lobby. "Good evening. What can I do for you?" the hotel waitress said politely. One arm was on the counter of the reception desk, leaning forward slightly. Sei Ito, with a charming smile on his face, asked, "Excuse me, which room is Mr. Kenneth Elmeroy Archibald staying in?" "Please wait a moment." The waitress blushed slightly. She said in a low voice. Then she bowed her head and took the check-in register and looked through it. Under normal circumstances, this behavior is not allowed because this behavior is likely to cause trouble to the guests who check in. So, it is difficult to check the check-in information of the hotel's guest without a normal reason. But obviously, this is not a normal situation because the person facing is not an ordinary person. It's a magician who is good at using divine power. It's just a simple consciousness confusion that makes the waitress perform a range of organized behavior. In room 2812, after a short while, the waitress looked up and replied, "Thank you." Saito thanked her. Then he called Alice Phil, who was silent the whole time, left the front desk, walked to the elevator not far away, and walked in. Then, the elevator vibrated slightly. It rose to the top, but halfway up, a strange feeling surged in Saito's heart. At the same time, Alice Phil next to him also turned to look at him. Evidently, she had also sensed something. The corners of Ito-sei's mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face, but he did not speak. It was in this kind of silence, with a soft, the elevator, the door, and the kingdom the door. In an instant, a corridor big enough for two people to walk side by side appeared in front of the two. Saito didn't say anything and walked out. Alice Phil also followed in silence. But just as the two stepped out of the elevator and into the corridor, the entire corridor suddenly twisted at a high speed, and then it was empty. And it seemed to be connected in all directions. The new environment replaced the previous corridor and reflected in Saito's eyes. Otherworldly, Saito whispered to himself. Along with his words, dozens of dark, ferocious-looking evil spirits and Wongs appeared in this strange space. They howled and rushed towards Saito and Alice Phil. Seeing this, Saito snorted and waved his hand to shoot out a fire snake. In an instant, the fire snake turned into a thick fire pillar and rushed toward the dozens of evil spirits and Wongs in front of him. Roar! The flames whistled and passed through the group of evil spirits and Wongs, igniting them and making the evil spirits and Wongs howl miserably. Then, Saito ignored the evil spirits and Wongs and spread out his spiritual sense and mental strength to search the entire space. Soon, a strange location appeared in his mind through the perception of his mental strength. Saito didn't talk nonsense. While urging his magical power to speed up the killing of the evil spirits and Wongs, he walked toward the strange location with Alice Phil. In about 3 minutes, the two of them arrived at the strange location. This was a seemingly ordinary hotel room door. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was impossible to find any traces of magic on it. If one wasn't particularly proficient in long-distance magic or someone with extremely sharp spiritual sense, it would be very difficult to find this strange place in a short period of time. Saito sized up the door in front of him, then lifted his foot and kicked it without hesitation. Bang! The door shattered, and the remains of the door flew out in all directions. Almost at the next moment, when the door panel shattered into pieces, the space inside the door panel shook violently. It quickly faded away like a mirage, and the previous corridor appeared again. Saito didn't hesitate and strode toward room 2812. About half a minute later, Saito and Alice Phil arrived in front of the door of room 2812. Then, just like how he dealt with the spatial anomaly, he lifted his foot and kicked the door in front of him. Bang! The door frame was broken, and the door was blasted into pieces, flying out in all directions. However, at the same time, several magic rays suddenly shot out of the room and shot toward Saito at the door. Saito waved his arm and used his powerful magic resistance to extinguish the magic rays that shot toward him. Then, he rushed into room 2812 and searched for the target. However, what appeared in front of him was not Kenneth, Lancer, or Kenneth's fiancée, Sorcerous Sophia. Instead, it was a magic circle that was being activated. A large number of magic attacks poured towards Saito as if they were free. A fake room, huh? Saito thought to himself as he waved his arm to create a powerful magic spell that could destroy the entire suite and blast it toward the magic circle in the room. Boom! In the next second, an explosion occurred. The violent roar and powerful vibration instantly spread out from room 2812, causing extreme panic among the hotel guests. Then, Saito came out and returned to the corridor. He grabbed Alice Phil's shoulder, who wanted to escape in the chaos. Alice Phil, whose shoulder was grabbed, paused, and the expression on her face stiffened. However, Seito didn't have time to pay attention to the change in Alice Phil's expression now. Instead, he quickly released his mental power and explored the entire Kaiwa Hotel. In an instant, a large number of human responses, both strong and weak, were transmitted to Seito's mind from his mental perception. After a while, Seito's eyes lit up and he whispered with a chuckle, "Found it." Then, he reached out and grabbed Alice Phil's arm, forcibly pulled her through the hotel guests who came out to check the situation. They came to the safety passage and rushed downstairs. 27th floor, 26th floor, 25th floor. Just as he rushed to the 24th floor, several magic light rays once again shot towards Seito. Seito waved his hand and extinguished the magic light rays in front of him. He continued to rush forward without slowing down. Almost in an instant, he rushed to the back of the fleeing figure in front of him. With a look of horror on his face, he slashed the other party's neck and knocked him out. Then Seito stretched out his arm and hugged the other party into his arms. This was a young woman in her 20s. She had red hair and wore equestrian clothes that seemed to be worn by old-fashioned European aristocrats. She looked very valiant. This person was none other than Kenneth's fiancée, Sora Naziri Sophia. Seito carried her on his shoulder, held the dizzy Alice Phil in his right hand, and rushed downstairs again. With Seito's inhuman strength and agility, in less than a minute, Seito ran from the 24th floor to the first floor of the Kaiwa Hotel. He left the hotel through the back door connected to the safety passage. He deliberately chose a path that no one paid attention to and quickly rushed back to his apartment. Just as he rushed to the 24th floor, several magic light rays once again shot towards Seito. Seito waved his hand and extinguished the magic light rays in front of him. He continued to rush forward without slowing down. Almost in an instant, he rushed behind the fleeing figure in front of him. With a look of horror on his face, he slashed the other party's neck and knocked him out. Then Seito stretched out his arm and hugged the other party into his arms. This was a young woman in her 20s. She had red hair and wore equestrian clothes that seemed to be worn by old-fashioned European aristocrats. She looked very valiant. This person was none other than Kenneth's fiancée, Sora Naziri Sophia. Seito carried her on his shoulder, held the dizzy Alice Phil in his right hand, and rushed downstairs again. With Seito's inhuman strength and agility, in less than a minute, Seito ran from the 24th floor to the first floor of the Kaiwa Hotel. He left the hotel through the back door connected to the safety passage. He deliberately chose a path that no one paid attention to and quickly rushed back to his apartment. With Seito's inhuman strength and agility, in less than a minute, Seito ran from the 24th floor to the first floor of the Kaiwa Hotel. He left the hotel through the back door connected to the safety passage. He deliberately chose a path that no one paid attention to and quickly rushed back to his apartment. Chapter 1796. P.S. Thank you to Only Know How to Bully I'm Honest, Reflective Thoughts, Big T-Bowl, and Sacronite for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Boring Lord for their tips. Seeing Seito's action, Alice Phil's expression immediately changed, and her body subconsciously stepped back. It's just that she had already hidden to the side of the room, so there was no place to hide. She immediately shouted anxiously, "Don't come over. I'll tell you everything you want to know." She no longer had the noble appearance of an elf princess, but an ordinary woman who was about to be persecuted. Her face was full of nervousness and helplessness. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been so obedient from the start? Seito's movement of getting up stopped, and he sat back down on the chair with a chuckle. "Go ahead, tell me what you know about the third law," Seito said lightly. "Sorry, actually, I don't know much about the third law." Seeing Seito sit back down, Alice Phil, who was slightly relieved, showed an embarrassed look on her face and said evasively, She looked as if she was lying. But Seito, who knows Alice Phil well, knows that she either won't say anything or will make a limited statement and will never do something like lying. But he understood that Alice Phil might really not know much about the third law. The reason why she behaved like this was just because she felt a little embarrassed about her behavior. But it was understandable after thinking about it a little. After all, Alice Phil's identity was an android. Although she had the name Einstein Buren, in the end, she was a prop for the Holy Grail War. Therefore, when it came to teaching, the Ahrensberg family would definitely not teach her anything that was too core. At the very least, they would not teach her anything related to the third law or artificial life. Otherwise, what if one of the androids refused to accept their fate? Therefore, the Ahrensberg family had to be on guard. Even if they knew that the core fragment that made up the androids contained the information fragments of their ancestor, the Winter Saintess, a noble saint who was willing to give up her life for the sake of her ideals. Then tell me what you know, Ito said lightly. Oh, Alice Phil nodded and explained what she knew about the magic system of the Barons. And according to Alice Phil's description, Ito also had a better understanding of the situation of the Einsteins-Balin family. The Einsberlin family was a magic family that originated in Europe and was very famous in the world of magicians. In terms of fame, they were not inferior to the aristocratic families in the Time Meter Tower and the mainstream magic families in Europe. In terms of alchemy, other than the Atlas Academy, one of the three major forces of the Magic Association, no other family could compare to them. The family headquarters was now located in the Mountain City. It was moved here by one of their ancestors using a ritual magic that was close to the magic level, and a shielding enchantment was set up outside to prevent others from invading. He had once been quite prominent, possessing the third method. But later on, for some unknown reason, it was lost. This was especially true after the death of the Saintess of Winter, Ritzlisi Ustissa von Ainsburn, who was known as the Saintess of Winter, completely lost all records related to the contents of the Third Law. Only information regarding the Holy Grail system, the Holy Grail War, and alchemy information regarding the creation of the Lesser Holy Grail was left behind. As for alchemy techniques, such as using magic to adjust an artificial human like Alice Phil, it was one of the alchemy achievements of the Einsteins-Balin family since ancient times. It was only after the Third Holy Grail War that it became associated with the Small Holy Grail. In the past, except for the Saintess of Winter, the two had never been related to each other. However, it was precisely because of this specialization that the magicians from the Einsteins-Balin family, who were good at metal manipulation magic, were not very good in combat. Fortunately, the people of the Einsteins-Balin family were not aggressive. They only did research. Therefore, it could be said that except for the Holy Grail War, it was almost impossible to see a magician from the Einsteins-Balin family. In other words, now no one in the entire Einsteins-Balin castle knows about the third method. After listening to Alice Phil's statement, Ito raised his eyebrows and asked, "Yes, this is why the Einsteins-Balin family is so demanding to win the Holy Grail War and obtain the Holy Grail. They want to use the power of the Holy Grail to open the source and let the family regain control of the third method." Alice Phil said with certainty. "There is no record at all," Ito said softly with some regret. Alice Phil shook her head slightly and didn't say anything. "What a pity," Ito sighed. It was indeed a pity. If he could obtain the information of the third method in the hands of the Einsteins-Balin family, with the technology of creating artificial souls in the hands of the Shinigami World Technology Development Bureau, Ito could use the similarities between the two methods to create a soul materialization technology similar to the third method and become a so-called magician. Although this may cause a destructive attack from the two major restraints. Then how much do you know about the Holy Grail? Ito asked again. "Which are you referring to?" Alice Phil hesitated. "Everything." Ito straightened his body, leaned back on the chair, crossed his arms, and said softly, "The Holy Grail, in essence, refers to a miraculous relic from the legend of Christ. It is a huge collection of magic power. Only when the Holy Church believes that it is real will it be called the Holy Grail. Then it will cause people to fight over it and break out the Holy Grail War. After a short silence, Alice Phil began to explain. But this refers to the Holy Grail and the Holy Grail War in a normal sense. In Winterwood, the Holy Grail War that is happening right now doesn't belong to this category. It only has the name of the Holy Grail. It can be artificially created, and it can open the channel between the real world and the source. Its core is the great Holy Grail system. Through the life and death battle between the seven servants, it absorbs the magic power and souls of the defeated heroic spirits to gather a huge amount of magic power that can destroy a city in one blow and open the channel between the source and the source. Through this, the final victor can fulfill his wish. This is the essence of the Holy Grail War that is happening in Winterwood. At this point, Alice Phil fell silent. Then what about you? What role do you play in this? Ito looked at Alice Phil with a smile that wasn't a smile. Alice Phil was silent and didn't answer. It doesn't matter, but you should understand that what I want to ask is not what you said. Ito smiled indifferently. Then, he restrained his expression and said lightly, "That's all I know." Alice Phil replied, "Really? I don't think so, right?" Ito Mori said with a meaningful tone, "Yuanzong Mountain, Ludong Temple, Underground Cave." Then, Ito said 3 locations as if they were completely unrelated. But every time Ito's words fell, Alice Phil's expression would become more and more ugly. In the end, there was a look of horror in her eyes. "I want to know the construction information of the Great Holy Grail System." Without waiting for Alice Phil to respond, Ito directly asked, I don't know." Alice Phil, who was startled, quickly shook her head and said, "Really?" Ito looked at Alice Phil with a deep gaze. Then he suddenly asked, "Where is the Heaven's Garment stored? How do you know that thing?" Alice Phil, who was shocked by this sudden question, looked at Ito with a face full of shock and asked subconsciously, "Heaven's Garment." It was a magic dress that belonged to the third method. It was a treasure that the Einsbalen family had accumulated for thousands of years. It was a pure white dress made of gold. The specific details could be seen from the Winter Sanus outfit. She was wearing the Heaven's Garment. There were strict requirements to use it. Only elves, little people, and artificial people like Alice Phil could use it. Otherwise, the dress would have the effect of a dress and turn them into gold, becoming a dead object. But only by wearing it. Only then could Alice Phil achieve a complete state. At the end of the Holy Grail War, she obtained the authority to control the Great Holy Grail and use the power of origin to perform the third method in a short period of time. I will never tell you the location of the Heaven's Garment collection, even if you won't lay your hands on me later. Alice Phil replied with a firm expression. "Really?" Ito asked with interest. Alice Phil's gaze was firm. She did not answer. Ito saw this and smiled gently. He put down his arms and stood up from the chair, even though he had not made a move yet. However, this change in posture immediately gave the originally imposing Alice Phil a huge fright. She subconsciously wanted to step back and dodge, but then she was called back by the wall behind her. Her expression was nervous, but her gaze was still unwavering as she looked straight at Ito. Ito did not say anything. He slowly walked towards Alice Phil step by step. As Ito's footsteps approached, the expression on Alice Phil's face became more and more nervous and scared. In the end, she simply closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to die. "Are you awake? If you're awake, sit up. Don't pretend to be asleep." However, just when Alice Phil was ready to commit suicide when Ito violated her, Ito's voice suddenly sounded. Alice Phil's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She curiously opened her eyes slightly and looked forward. She saw that in front of her, Ito, who was only one step away from her, turned sideways and looked at the red-haired woman who slowly sat up on the bed. Seeing that there was an unexpected change in the situation, Alice Phil immediately exhaled quietly. She completely opened her eyes and watched the development of the situation. "Who are you? How dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid of Sophia's revenge?" The woman sat on the edge of the bed with her legs hanging down and her upper body straight. She slightly raised her head and looked straight at Ito. She said in a stern voice, However, she was smart. She did not randomly throw her temper. Instead, she directly pointed out her background and her words as a threat. The so-called Sophia was a famous family in the Chronometer Tower. The people in her family were the directors of the Chronometer Tower's Spirit Descent section. It could be said that they were deeply rooted in the Spirit Descent section and the Chronometer Tower. Their influence was enormous, and they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. "I know you're from the Sophia family," Seito said indifferently. As soon as he said that, Sora Naziri Sophia's expression changed slightly. Her heart became heavier. Since he dared to attack her despite knowing that she was from the Sophia family, he was either an enemy of her family or a fearless lunatic. However, no matter which one it was, Sora did not want to see it. "Who are you?" Sora asked. "Ito-sei." The corners of Ito-sei's mouth curled up slightly as he replied in a low voice. "Seito." Sora frowned. She felt like she had heard this name before. Seito did not rush her. After glancing at Alice Phil, he turned around and returned to the chair and sat down again. Only then did Alice Phil let out a sigh of relief. "It's you, the magician Ito-sei with the title of Yellow?" At this moment, Sora looked at Ito-sei, who had returned to his chair with a shocked expression, and exclaimed. However, Sora soon calmed down again and asked, "What's your purpose?" "I need Lancer," Ito said indifferently. Hearing this, Sora's pupils constricted. Alice Phil, who was beside him, also revealed a surprised look in her eyes. "Are you master?" Sora asked. "No," Ito replied indifferently. Sora frowned. Even though she felt that it was not true, she knew better than to continue asking. "I'm not Lancer's master," Sora said, "but you are Kenneth's most beloved fiancé." Ito-sei looked up at Sora opposite him, and a strange smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. "You want to use me to exchange for Lancer?" Sora asked in a deep voice. Ito smiled and did not say anything. "He might not exchange it," Sora said. "I believe he will." Ito chuckled. Sora was silent. She did not understand where Ito's confidence came from. However, when she thought of the reputation that Ito left behind in the Chronometer Tower back then, Sora did not think that Ito was talking nonsense. "Give me Kenneth's phone number," Ito said as he took out a pink flip phone. Seeing the phone in Ito's hand, Sora subconsciously wanted to reach for her pocket, but she held it back. It was obvious that the phone that Ito was holding was Sora's original phone. However, she did not know when he had searched for it. Sora then opened her mouth and spat out a string of phone numbers. Ito did not doubt it. He entered the number into the phone and pressed the button to dial it. Do go. "Sora, where are you?" An anxious male voice came from the phone. Chapter 1797. "Hello, Director Kenneth." Ito leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Sora Nazir Sophia on the bed with a leisurely look. "Who are you? How do you have Sora's phone? Where is Sora?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kenneth's series of questions immediately came from the phone, and his words were full of suppressed anger. "You may have heard of my name. I'm Ito, and your beautiful fiancée, Ms. Sora, is currently in my hands." Ito didn't care about Kenneth's series of rude questions at all, and his tone was still calm with a smile. "Ito, it's you. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch even half a hair of Sora's, a Kippalud, and the Sophia family will never let you go." Kenneth threatened in a sharp tone. "Half a hair," Ito repeated softly, stood up from the chair, walked slowly to Sora, and reached out to grab her cheek. The latter instinctively wanted to dodge backward and block Ito's palm, but she was worried that this action would provoke Ito to counterattack more, so she could only force her body not to react and let Ito's palm fall on her cheek. "I have to say, Ms. Sora's skin is well maintained, and it feels very smooth." Ito chuckled. What did you do?" Kenneth's voice was a little out of tune. Stroking her body, Ito looked down at Sora, who turned her head to the side and resisted the disgust in her eyes. Although this was not accurate, it was not wrong. But it wasn't wrong at all, because the cheeks were a part of the body, so it wasn't a problem to call a body. However, these words sounded completely different to Kenneth, who was watching helplessly. A filthy image of a strange man caressing his unconscious fiancée appeared in Kenneth's mind. "You bastard, get your dirty hands off Sola," Kenneth scolded loudly. TSK, this elasticity is great." Seito was unmoved and continued to talk nonsense. On the side, Alice Phil looked at everything in front of her with her mouth agape. In her heart, she had a new definition of Seito's shamelessness. Huff, huff. A burst of rapid breathing came from the phone. "Tell me, what do you want for you to let Sora go?" After a while, Kenneth's voice calmed down a little. "It's very simple. As long as you hand Lancer's command seal." Seito withdrew his palm on Sora's cheek. He returned to the front of the chair and sat down. "You want the command seal? You're going to participate in the Holy Grail War? Don't worry about what I want to do. Just tell me if you're willing to use the command seal in exchange for your fiancée." Seito ignored Kenneth's question and asked directly, "But I really hope that you won't give me the command seal. Then I can enjoy Miss Sophia's soft and slippery body." TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. Hearing Seito's words, a blush appeared on Sora's face. It was unknown whether it was caused by anger or shyness. "Don't you dare!" Kenneth shouted anxiously. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't forget that Miss Sora is in my hands now." Seito retorted without holding back. Huff, huff. Then, another burst of rapid breathing came from the phone. "I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. After 10 minutes, I want to hear your answer." Seito gave an ultimatum. It's a long night. I really want to hug Miss Sora's warm body to sleep tonight." After saying that, without waiting for Kenneth's response, he hung up the phone and turned it off. Then his fingers nimbly played with the phone in his hand. I can't believe that the outstanding magician with the title Yellow is actually a shameless person. Sora looked at Seito with rage in her eyes as she said coldly, "Let's not talk about the two of us. You're in love with Lancer and want to abandon your fiancée. You're even thinking about how to seize the command seal from Kenneth. You're not any nobler than me." Seito exposed Sora's bottom line without holding back and sneered. Sora's pupils shrunk when she heard the secret in her heart being revealed by an outsider. Her face was filled with shock. Similarly, Alice Phil, who was standing aside, did not expect Miss Sora, who looked so heroic, to have such thoughts and plans. She also looked at Sora in shock and disbelief. "But to be honest, your skin and figure are pretty good. How about it? Do you want to accompany me for a day? I can let you date Lancer by then." Seito looked at Sora, who was still in shock with a teasing expression, and said, "Don't even think about it." Sora rejected him coldly without hesitation. Seito shrugged nonchalantly. TSK, it seems like she's angry now. But then again, it's been a few years since I came to this world, but I've never had sex. I'm really impressed by my endurance in this aspect. Seito, who was playing with the phone, secretly mocked himself. At that moment, the entire room became quiet. It was not until 10 minutes later that Seito held the phone again and turned it on again. Almost as soon as the phone was turned on, a melodious ringtone sounded from the phone. "It's Kenneth. I really don't know what his expression will be when he finds out that you've fallen in love with his servant, Lancer. It must be interesting." Looking at the number displayed on the phone, Seito looked at Sora, who was sitting on the bed with interest, and said. Then, without waiting for Sora to answer, he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. "Is this Sora?" Kenneth asked with anticipation in his voice. "Sorry, Director Kenneth, I've disappointed you." Seito chuckled. "Oomph." Kenneth's tone was cold as he snorted. "So, have you thought about it?" Seito did not care about Kenneth's attitude and asked directly. "How can you guarantee that you'll let Sora go after I give you the command seal? How can you guarantee that you won't kill us after you go to Lancer?" Kenneth questioned. "I can't guarantee it." Seito replied calmly, "But other than trusting me, do you have any other choice?" Kenneth took a deep breath, then said, "I want to sign a self-coercive document with you." The so-called self-coercive document was a curse contract used by the magicians in the M-Moon world when they made an agreement that could not be broken. It was the most absolute guarantee to prevent breaking the contract. The contract was usually carried by a sheepskin scroll, including the binding spell, the binding target, the official content of the oath, the conditions for the oath to be fulfilled, the signature of the swearer, the person being bound, and so on. Using the function of the magic seal to impose a coercive curse on the caster. In principle, no means could remove the effect. Once the magician signed the document and fulfilled the conditions of the oath to make the document effective, even if the swearer was dead, as long as the magic seal was passed on to the next generation, even the soul after death would be bound. It was considered the Moon world's version of the proof of the river Styx. Sure, a mocking smile appeared on Sei Ito's face that made Sola and Alice feel a little cold as he replied in a brisk tone. Then let's do the deal tomorrow night at the Kaiwa Hotel where you're staying. Sei Ito then took the lead to say the time and location of the deal. No, I want to do the deal with you immediately, Kenneth said in a sharp voice. Are you afraid that I'll sleep with Sola? Sei Ito said maliciously. Kenneth was silent in response, but he indirectly admitted his concern. Then 2 hours later, Sei Ito said again. No, I said it immediately. Kenneth retorted again. Kenneth, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll sleep with Sola now, Sei Ito said coldly. Okay, I'll see you in room 2408 on the 24th floor of the Kaiwa Hotel in 2 hours. Kenneth's voice came from the phone as he gritted his teeth. 2 hours, that's really not enough. I don't think you've even finished one shot. Sei Ito purposely muttered in a voice that anyone could hear. Then, without waiting for Kenneth to say anything, he immediately closed the phone with a smile and turned off the power. Then, Sei Ito looked up at Sola, who was opposite him. The latter's body tensed up, and a nervous and determined expression appeared on her face. Sei Ito smiled when he saw that. He stood up from the chair and walked slowly towards Sola. What are you doing? Sola said nervously as she grabbed her collar with both hands. Nothing, just sleeping. Sei Ito smiled. Sola's expression froze, and her face started to turn pale. Then, she bit her lips with a determined expression, raised her hand, and shot a magical beam at Sei Ito. Sei Ito grabbed with one hand and crushed the magical beam into stardust. Seeing this, a look of despair began to appear on Sola's face. Just as she was about to do something else, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, she felt a pain on her neck, and her eyes turned black as she lost consciousness. Bang! Sola, who had fainted, fell heavily on the bed. However, Sei Ito still did not stop there. He chanted twice, creating a smoke and a magical thread respectively, and shot them at Sola's face and body. After doing all this, Sei Ito turned to look at Aliceville and said, Now, you should sleep for a while too. The next moment, a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in front of Aliceville's face and covered it. Chapter 1798. P.S. Same as always, pass it on first and then change it later. Okay, after an unknown period of time, Sora and Aliceville woke up from their coma with 2 low moans. The 2 of them were shocked when they regained consciousness. They quickly sat up and checked their clothes. After discovering that they were still wearing the same clothes as when they fainted, and that apart from the magic circuit of the magic being temporarily shut down by the magician, they didn't feel any discomfort. Together, they heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed. Done checking. At this time, Sei Ito's teasing voice sounded. Sora and Aliceville were shocked. They just remembered that there was another person in the room. They raised their heads and looked at Sei Ito, who was still sitting on the chair. But other than Sei Ito, who was sitting there, a black-haired girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old wearing a dark short skirt also came into their sight. Sora and Aliceville looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. It's almost time. We should go. Sei Ito stood up and said to Sora and Aliceville. As prisoners, Sora and Aliceville didn't say anything. They stood up from the bed and the floor silently and followed behind Sei Ito, who was holding the strange girl's hand. They silently left the room, went downstairs, and walked out of the apartment. They walked along the quiet Fuyuki Street in the middle of the night and moved toward Kaiwa Hotel. But as they walked, a sneer appeared on Seito's face. "Sakura, pay attention to the two big sisters," Seito said softly to the girl beside him. "I know, Changij." Sakura turned her head and looked at the two strange women behind her and Changij. Then, she looked at Seito and responded. Seito smiled happily. He let go of Sakura's hand and put his hand on Sakura's head and gently rubbed it. "Stop for a moment." Seito retracted his hand and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Thora and Alice Phil stopped as they were told. Seito didn't explain. He took a few steps forward and walked away from Sora, Alice, Phil, and Sakura, Inaka. Finally, it stopped about 4 to 5 meters away from them. "Come out," Seito said calmly. At this moment, the air in front of him suddenly became empty. A tall young man with a seaweed hairstyle and a teardrop below his left eye appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a black short-sleeved tights and black trousers, holding two spears of different lengths, one red and one yellow, and holding a yellow spear of different lengths. "Lancer," seeing the man's face. Not far behind Seito, Sora exclaimed in surprise. "By the command of my Lord Kenneth, I'm here to save Ms. Sora," Lancer said with a relaxed smile. "As expected, Kenneth won't do it so easily." Seito sighed helplessly. "Magician, my lord has given me the order to kill, so you'll definitely die today." "Do you have any last words?" Seito asked. Lancer's gaze landed on Lin Huang's face. He pointed his spears to the ground and said softly, "That's not necessarily true," Seito retorted casually. "You're very confident, magician. But the gap between heroic spirits and humans can't be filled with confidence alone," Lancer said with a smile. "But I'm special," Seito said with a smile. "All right, are you sure you don't have any last words? Although I might not be able to deliver your last words accurately to the ears of the person who should hear it," Lancer said as he lowered his body slightly and got into an attacking posture. "No need. I'll tell the person who needs it myself if I have anything to say," Seito said calmly. "All right then, magician. I'll give you my death then." Lancer's body flashed like a black shadow as he appeared in front of Seito and stabbed him with a yellow spear in his hand. The fatal yellow rose was a grade B anti-human relic. It possessed a powerful curse that could prevent wounds from healing. Therefore, even if one were to use healing magic or regeneration magic to heal the wound caused by the fatal yellow rose could not be healed. The only way to deal with this kind of damage was to destroy the yellow shotgun or kill the owner of the shotgun, Lancer. Seito dodged Lancer's attack. Bang! The attack that missed its target tore the air apart, forming a strong magic whirlwind that spread in all directions. Itsunari ignored the whirlwind and stepped forward. He came to Lancer's side and grabbed Lancer's left arm with his right hand. At the same time, he turned his body horizontally. His right arm was like a big whip under the support of the whirlwind and smashed toward Lancer's head with a whistling sound. Lancer tilted his head as he felt the attack, and the red spear pierced through his face. The anti-magic red rose was similar to the fatal yellow rose. They were both grade B anti-human relics. However, unlike the fatal yellow rose that had a curse that could prevent wounds from healing, the anti-magic red rose had the ability to nullify magic defense. In other words, under the attack of the magic-breaking wild rose, any defense or armor made of magic would be pierced through. Seito knew how powerful the red spear was, so he forcefully stopped the movement of his arm. He used the strength of his muscles to suppress the chi and blood that was flowing rapidly in his body. He then retracted his arm and hit Lancer's back with his elbow as he brushed past the attack of the red spear. Bang! Although Seito had the ability to predict the enemy's attack, he still could not avoid the attack in such a close distance. He was hit squarely, and his body staggered a step forward. Then, Seito pulled back his right hand, and at the same time, he rotated his body and used the Torowiska Bontic Atori spear that suddenly appeared in his palm to reflect the light from Venus and shot at Lancer, who was staggered. Lancer's body was unstable, but his attention and alertness were not affected. He flashed and instantly disappeared from where he was, dodging the white light. I admit that I underestimated you. You do have a powerful strength that surpasses ordinary people. Lancer looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression as he looked at the tear on his clothes and the white eyes that were slowly emerging from there. I apologize for underestimating you just now. From now on, I'll fight you with all of my strength. How is that possible? Ms. Sora exclaimed in disbelief when she heard what Lancer said. It's like this again. Alice Field smiled bitterly. Come at me. I'll use my strength to conquer you. Seito put the Torowiska Bontic Utori spear back into his sleeve and was ready to use it for a sneak attack the next time. He then put on a Shingi Quan stance and said calmly. Lancer did not waste any time and also put on an attacking stance. Then, the two of them flashed at the same time and disappeared from Sora, Alice Phil, and Sakura and Sakaka's sight with their extreme speed that was far beyond what they could see with their dynamic vision. They then started fighting in the void. Then, a series of muffled sounds reverberated in the night sky. Lancer, who sensed the attack, raised his arm and tilted his head. The tip of the red spear pierced out from the side of his face. The magic-breaking wild rose was similar to the must-destroy yellow rose. It was a B-grade defensive relic. However, unlike the must-destroy yellow rose that had a curse that could not be healed, the magic-breaking wild rose had the ability to nullify the defense made by magic. In other words, under the attack of the magic-breaking wild rose, any defense or armor made of magic would be pierced through. Sei Ito, who knew how powerful the red spear was, forcefully stopped the movement of his arm. Using the strength of his muscles, he suppressed the chi and blood that was flowing rapidly in the original position. Then, he suddenly retracted his arm. At the same time, he hit Lancer's back with his elbow while brushing against the cold wind brought by the tip of the red spear. Bang! Although Seito had the ability to predict the enemy's attack in such a close situation, coupled with the fact that he had almost stepped into the realm of divine skills, he still could not avoid the attack. He was hit squarely, and his body staggered a step forward. Then, Seito pulled back his right hand, and at the same time, he rotated his body and used the Torowiska Bontic Utori spear that suddenly appeared in his palm to reflect the light from Venus. He then shot at Lancer, who was staggering. Lancer, whose body was unstable, but his attention and vigilance were not affected. He flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot, dodging the white light. I admit that I underestimated you. You do have a powerful strength that surpasses ordinary people. Lancer looked at Sei Ito in front of him with a serious expression as he looked at the tear on his clothes and the white eyes that were slowly emerging from there. I apologize for underestimating you just now. From now on, I will fight you with all my strength. How is that possible? Hearing Lancer's words, Miss Sora exclaimed in disbelief. It's like this again. Alice Field smiled bitterly. Come at me. I will use my strength to conquer you. Sei Ito, who hid the Torowiska Bontic Utori spear in his sleeve and prepared to use it for a surprise attack next time, put on a Shingi fist posture and said calmly. Lancer didn't talk nonsense and also put on an offensive posture. Then a series of muffled sounds reverberated in the night sky. Chapter 1799. P.S. Thank you to Sky Illusion Antenna and Shooting Star Dance Step for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Board Saint for his tip. After a few seconds of silence, Lancer looked up at Seito and said, I'm sorry. That goes against my wishes. I can't agree. That's a pity. Seito sighed. Sighing too much will only add to our troubles. Let's do our best in this battle. Lancer got into a fighting stance and said with a carefree expression, I really don't want to use that method. Seito said helplessly. Lancer's expression didn't change when he heard that, but he became more careful in his heart. Then, he heard a strange chant from Seito's mouth. One is all is one. From one beginning, all changes are born. All things cycle, heaven and earth return to one. Heaven and earth split apart. One heart is born. Then, a huge amount of magic power exploded from Sei Ito's body, stirring up the void and creating ripples that quickly spread out and enveloped Sei Ito and Lancer. They suddenly disappeared from the real world. "This is," Alice Phil murmured thoughtfully. "Great forbidden spell, inherent barrier," Sola exclaimed with a shocked expression. At this moment, the scenery inside was constantly changing. Sometimes it was high mountains, sometimes it was blue waves, sometimes it was winter snow, and sometimes it was thunder and lightning. In this space that was constantly changing, Sei Ito and Lancer were suspended in the air. "World of renewal," Sei Ito said lightly. "It's actually an inherent barrier." Lancer looked at the constantly changing scenery around him. A wry smile appeared on his face. An inherent barrier was a great magic spell that could materialize the scenery in one's mind. Its effect and power were extremely close to magic, so it was classified as a forbidden spell by the Magicians Association. Its effect was that it could change the surrounding space into something completely different from the real world, just like opening up a small world in the real world. In other words, the inherent enchantment replaced oneself and the world with one's own mental landscape without changing one's realm. This magic was a subspecies of fantasy materialization. Originally, it was an ability that only elves and demons could use. However, after years of research, magicians developed magic that could create a personal imagined world. Therefore, some high-level magicians had the possibility of creating an inherent enchantment. For example, the current 27th Death Apostle. Most of the members had their own inherent barriers. However, it was only a possibility. Therefore, apart from a small number of magicians with good strength and luck, most of the superior magicians were still unable to create their own enchantments. The main reason for that was that humans could not gain the acknowledgement of the world like nature elves, and would be corrected by the world's corrective power when they opened an inherent boundary. Thus, a large amount of mana was required to successfully use an inherent barrier. Because of this, as a result, even if the magicians were to successfully establish their own boundaries, they would not be able to maintain it for too long. Usually, a few minutes was the limit. Although I still can't fully release it, it should be enough to deal with you. Sei Ito stretched his arms and legs and chuckled. "I'll wait and see," Lancer replied casually. "Then first, thunder." Sei Ito smiled and said softly, "Rumble." In an instant, a large amount of purple-green lightning filled the space and bombarded Lancer like rain. Lancer's expression changed slightly. He waved the two spears in his hands and stabbed rapidly, resisting the bombardment of the lightning that seemed to have the power of a great magic spell. Seeing this, Sei Ito chuckled and pointed at Lancer, who was resisting the lightning. In the next instant, the lightning bolts seemed to have a mind of their own and changed their form spontaneously. They intertwined with each other and turned from scattered lightning into purple-green energy ropes. As Lancer blocked the lightning bolts, the ropes wrapped around Lancer's body. Lancer's eyes narrowed. He continued to use the yellow rose in his left hand to resist the lightning bolts that were shooting toward him. At the same time, the red rose in his right hand stabbed rapidly, hitting the ropes of light that were entangling his body. Under the attack of Lancer's two spears, the lightning bolts and ropes of light exploded and turned into lightning bolts that melted into the air. Then, they turned into new lightning bolts and continued to attack Lancer. Lancer had no choice but to continue resisting the bombardment of the boundless lightning bolts with all his might. However, at this moment, a sense of frustration that he might lose silently surged into his heart. "It seems like it's going to end here. It's a pity that I can't obtain the final victory for my lord. However, this might be the best outcome for me." Lancer's eyes were slightly dazed as he thought to himself. A smile appeared on his face, as if his wish had been fulfilled. Boom! At this moment, a thick lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the sea of lightning and blasted straight toward Lancer, who was in a daze. Lancer, whose mind had been tempered thousands of times, immediately got out of his dazed state the moment he felt the danger. He waved his hand to disperse the lightning bolts around him. Then, he turned around and used the insight granted by the mind's eye to stab the red rose in his hand. The red spear pierced through the air and brought out a pale white wind barrier that was visible to the naked eye. It broke through the layers of lightning bombardment and went straight for the thick lightning bolt. However, the moment the two were about to collide, the thick lightning bolt suddenly twisted strangely and suddenly turned into a ferocious lightning dragon. It wrapped around Lancer's spear like a snake and continued to bombard Lancer. Lancer was slightly shocked. He did not hesitate to stab the yellow spear in his hand at the lightning dragon. However, this way, Lancer's defense in other directions immediately became empty. Therefore, Saito did not need to give any instructions. The dense lightning bolts bombarded Lancer's body one after another. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous roars immediately sounded in the space. Seeing this, Saito's mind moved slightly and dispersed the lightning in the sky. Then, after 3 to 4 seconds, the energy smoke surrounding Lancer's body dispersed by itself and revealed Lancer's figure. However, compared to before, Lancer's body was now full of scorch marks left by the lightning bombardment. His entire body was emitting green smoke. He half knelt on the ground while holding the spear with one hand. Admit defeat. In this space, you can't win against me. Saito looked at Lancer, who was not far away, and said in a calm voice, "My wish is to be loyal to a king and do my duty until the end. Therefore, my only choice is to fight to the death or kill all the enemies of my lord. You don't have to waste your breath." Lancer replied in a firm tone, "If that's the case, then I will use my own method to make you surrender," Saito said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Saito's body flashed slightly and disappeared from Lancer's sight. Lancer's eyes focused when he saw this. He stood up shakily from the ground again. Holding the two spears, he looked around vigilantly and searched for Saito's traces. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At this moment, 6 flat yellow beams of light suddenly flew out from the void and shot toward Lancer from 6 different directions at the same time. Pa! Pa! Lancer waved his 2 spears and shattered the 6 yellow beams into pieces one by one. However, before he could stop, another 3 triangular yellow light beams shot toward him. Lancer did not hesitate and continued to block them with the magic-breaking wild rose. Then, light ropes, fireballs, lightning bolts, chains, and other objects shot toward Lancer one after another. Lancer's movements were still the same. He used his 2 spears to destroy all kinds of strange attacks. However, as soon as Lancer used the anti-magic wild rose to extinguish a crimson fireball, a murky dark light flashed in front of his eyes. Lancer quickly narrowed his eyes to prevent his eyes from being hurt by the strong light. However, Lancer immediately felt dizzy and his consciousness became blurry. If he did not quickly use his spear to support his body, he would have fallen to the ground. Lancer forced himself not to fall into a coma. He opened his eyes and looked forward. There, accompanied by a blur in the air, Saito's figure appeared. Sweet dreams. Itose slowly walked to the front of Lancer, who was still trying to stand up, smiled slightly, raised his hand, and shot out a turbid light. The next moment, Lancer closed his eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! As expected, the Kido that controls the soul is the most effective against heroic spirits. Saito looked at Lancer, who was knocked out by the mixed Kido, by Fu, and muttered to himself with a smile. Then he bent down and lifted the unconscious Lancer in his hand. He removed the enchantment and reappeared with Lancer in front of Sora, Alice Phil, and Sakura Inaka. How is it possible? Looking at Lancer in Saito's hand, Sora murmured in disbelief. Let's go. Saito ignored the change in Sora's expression and glanced at Alice Phil and Sora indifferently. Alice Phil, who had the consciousness of a prisoner, did not dare to hesitate. She reached out and pulled Sora, who was still in shock, and followed behind Saito with Sakura Inaka. They walked toward the Grand Hyatt Hotel. 10 minutes later, The group of 4 arrived at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. They entered the hotel through the safety passage behind the Grand Hyatt Hotel and climbed the stairs to the 24th floor where Kenneth was. This was a long and tiring journey. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people. In addition, Sakura Inaka, the only one who might be a burden, was still in Seito's arms. She did not need to climb the stairs herself, so it did not take long for the group to successfully reach the 24th floor. They exited the safety passage and came to the corridor. Then they walked along the corridor and found room 2408 that Kenneth mentioned on the phone. Knock, knock, knock. Seito reached out and knocked on the door. But after 10 seconds, the door still did not open. Seito frowned and knocked on the door again. This time, it still took 10 seconds. Just when Seito was a little impatient and was about to call Kenneth, the door of room 2408 finally opened slowly with a soft creak. From behind, a blond man dressed in black trousers and a black shirt with an anxious and irritable expression appeared. Kenneth Elmalloy Akipalud. Good evening, Director Kenneth. Seito greeted with a smile. Kenneth's expression was ugly as he twitched the corner of his mouth, but he did not say anything. Aren't you going to invite us in? Seito raised his eyebrows and reminded. The latter's eyes twitched slightly, and he stepped aside to let them in. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate and walked into the room with Sakura, Inaka, Alice Phil, and Sora, who had the same complicated expression. Bang! After everyone had entered the room, Kenneth closed the door and entered the room as well. Kenneth, let's start our deal. Seito, who threw the unconscious Lancer aside, turned around, took out a parchment scroll from his arms, and handed it to Kenneth while looking at him. Kenneth's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak. His expression was full of struggle as he reached out and took the scroll. Then he took it in front of him and unfolded it. In an instant, a few small paragraphs of dark text came into Kenneth's eyes. Self-coercive testimony. Binding technique. Object, Kenneth Elmalloy Akipalud. Swear by Akipalud's seal. On the premise that the following conditions are met, the contract will become a commandment and bind the object without exception. Oath. The 9th-generation heir of the Akipalud family, Kenneth Elmalloy Akipalud, voluntarily gives up his participation in this Holy Grail war and voluntarily transfers the ownership of Lancer to Sakura Inaka. During and after the event, he will not pursue any form of responsibility against Seito and Sakura Inaka. Condition. Confirm the safety and freedom of Sora Nazirii Sophia. Binding technique. Object, Seito. Oath. Seito's intention to kill, harm, and act against Kenneth Elmalloy Akipalud and Sora Nazirii Sophia will be permanently prohibited. Condition. Confirm that Sakura Inaka obtains the ownership of Lancera. The last position was where both parties signed the contract. There was already Seito's name there. Kenneth looked up at his fiancée, Sora, and walked silently to the desk. He took out a quill and a small bottle of magic ink, dipped the quill in the ink, and signed his name at the only remaining blank space at the bottom of the scroll. Chapter 1800. As the tip of the quill moved, a crimson light appeared on the name that Kenneth had written until he finished writing it. Seeing that Kenneth had signed his name, Seito took the scroll back from his hand and said calmly, "Let's begin." Kenneth, who had signed his name, did not waste any more time. He stood up and walked to Sakura Tasaka. He bent down and grabbed her left arm. He pressed his palm with the command seal on it and chanted a short incantation softly. In the next moment, the command seal glowed red and gradually disappeared from the back of Kenneth's hand like oil paint being washed away. At the same time, a new command seal that was similar to Kenneth's previous command seal appeared on the back of Sakura Tasaka's hand as she suddenly let out a painful cry. Phew! Kenneth let out a long sigh as if he had lost something. Sakura Tasaka pulled her hand away and looked at Seito with tears in her eyes as if she was complaining to him about her grievances. Seito walked to Sakura Tasaka's side and patted her head gently. The deal is done. Now, please leave my room immediately Kenneth said with resentment in his voice. Understood. Sei-Ito, who had gotten what he wanted, did not mind Kenneth's bad attitude as he chuckled happily. Then, Sei-Ito walked to Lancer, who was at the side, and used the soul-summoning spell to wake him up. Lancer, who woke up from his coma, opened his eyes and jumped away immediately. He gathered mana in his hands and summoned the red and yellow spears. He looked at the people in the room cautiously. Master, are you all right? Lancer, who had not realized that he had a new master, asked. Lancer, Kenneth is no longer your master, Sei-Ito reminded him with a smile. Lancer frowned when he heard that and sensed his master silently. As expected, just like what that non-human said, all of his connections with Kenneth and Ms. Sora were cut off. Instead, he contacted the youngest young lady in the room. Lancer's expression immediately turned ugly when he realized this. Failed again. Lancer mumbled to himself. Nope. You can treat Sakura and me as your new rulers and be loyal to us until the end. This doesn't conflict with your wish, Sei-Ito explained. Lancer looked up at Sei-Ito without saying anything. However, he walked over to Sakura Inaka, who was standing beside Sei-Ito. He knelt on the ground with one knee. He lowered his head and said respectfully, Master, seeing the heroic spirit that belonged to him kneeling down and kowtowing to others. Kenneth's countenance turned grim again. Sakura turned to look at Ito-sei, not knowing what to do. She reached out and grabbed Ito-sei's pants tightly. His face was full of nervousness. Spiritualize first, Sei-Ito said. Yes, Lancer replied softly. It quickly disappeared into thin air. Goodbye, Mr. Kenneth. Sei-Ito looked at the ashen-faced Kenneth and smiled. Humph. Kenneth couldn't care less about his so-called aristocratic manners. He snorted and turned his head to the side. Itsunari smiled when he saw this. He held Sakura Inaka's hand and walked toward the door. Behind them, Alice Phil tactfully followed. All right, Sei-Ito, who was standing in front of the door, was about to open the door when he suddenly stopped. He turned his head halfway as if he recalled something and said to Kenneth and Sora in the room, Ms. Sora, your body is wonderful. Afterward, he left the room with Sakura Inaka and Alice Phil without waiting for Kenneth and Sora's reaction. He closed the door behind him. Bang. Be asterisk starred. I'm going to kill you. Kenneth cursed in exasperation. However, he, who was in a frenzy, did not notice the confusion and emptiness that flashed across his fiancée Sora's eyes when she heard Sei-Ito's words. Then, a cold light appeared in her eyes. How do you feel? Can you take it? Sei-Ito asked Sakura Inaka, who was next to him. Although Sakura Inaka was very talented and had many magic circuits, most of which were basically developed by Sei-Ito, she was still a child who had not fully developed. The amount of magic power she had was not very rich. It was a little difficult for a heroic spirit that consumed a lot of magic power. Sei-Ito was worried that Sakura's health would be affected by Lancer's burden in a short period of time before he could complete the grafting of another warlock. It's okay, Brother Chung. I just feel a little tired. Sakura Inaka shook her head slightly and said, Tired? All right, brother will carry you. Sei-Ito bent down and carried Sakura Inaka up as he spoke. The latter wrapped her arms around Sei-Ito's neck and leaned her body into Sei-Ito's embrace. This way, without Sakura Inaka's influence, the three of them moved a little faster. What do you want to ask? On the way, Sei-Ito asked faintly when he sensed that Alice Phil was always looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitant to do so. Ah, that you and Miss Sora. Alice Phil was startled by the sudden voice. She hesitated for a moment before asking, that, you and Miss Sora. I think you're not asking about me and Miss Sora. You want to ask if I did anything to you, right? Sei-Ito glanced at Alice Phil, who was walking half a step behind him, and sneered. Alice Phil blushed and couldn't say anything. If I really did something to you, what are you going to do? Sei-Ito turned around and looked at Alice Phil with interest. Alice Phil was silent. She didn't know how to answer. For a moment, the two of them were silent. About 20 minutes later, Ito and the other two returned to the apartment. The room on the second floor is empty. You can sleep there tonight, said to the silent Alice Phil as he carried the sleepy Sakura Dosaka to the room where the two of them usually practiced magic without looking back. Alice Phil looked at Ito with a complicated expression and moved to the second floor as she was told. On the other side, Ito carried Sakura Inaka to the magic room. After that, Ito gently placed Sakura on the ground and said, "Hold on for a while." Then he straightened up and walked to the side. He found a pile of useful items from the props and materials that were used for Sakura's magic practice. He returned to the center of the room and bent down to draw on the floor. Under Ito's precise control, it only took a little more than 5 minutes for a magic circle to appear on the ground. The magic circle had 3 small circles intertwined with each other, and the outer layer was surrounded by a large double-layer circle. A bunch of strange runes were written between the double-layer circles. "Sakura, it's done. Come here." Ito stood up and stood in one of the small circles. He turned around and called out to Sakura Inaka, who was still trying to sleep. "Oh." Sakura Inaka answered and walked to the side of the magic circle. "Stand there." Ito pointed at another small circle. Sakura Inaka didn't hesitate and walked into the circle. "Lancer, come out," Ito shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lancer's figure quickly appeared from the void. "Lancer, stand there." Ito pointed at the last small circle. Although Ito wasn't his master, Lancer could see his master's attitude towards Ito. He didn't waste any time and walked into the magic circle. Seeing that both of them were in position, Ito released his mana to activate the magic circle under his feet. Almost instantly, a faint light bloomed from the magic circle. Then, the circles under Ito, Sakura Inaka, and Lancer's feet lit up at the same time. A strange connection appeared between Ito and Lancer, replacing Sakura Inaka as Lancer's mana provider. "Done," Ito smiled. At the same time, in a room in Kaiwa Hotel, Kenneth, whose face was full of annoyance and displeasure, sat at the table by the window in the room. He drank glass after glass of bright red wine from the goblet in front of him, looking like a frustrated person who was drinking to drown his sorrows. Sitting not far behind him was the red-haired beauty, Sora, who seemed to be in a daze. Just like that, the two of them didn't know how much time had passed. Sora, who was in a daze, moved her eyes slightly and revealed her divine light again. She turned her head to look at Kenneth, who was already a little drunk. Then, she stood up from the bed and silently went behind Kenneth. Her mouth moved a few times. Kenneth's gaze froze for a moment. He closed his eyes and slammed his head on the table in front of him. Bang! Looking at Kenneth, who had fainted, a cold smile that sent chills down one's spine unknowingly appeared on Sora's face. Then, Sora turned and walked to the TV cabinet at the side. She leaned over and opened the drawer under the TV cabinet. She picked up a letter knife that was specially used to tear open envelopes from the drawer. She got up and walked back to Kenneth's back. She raised her right arm high and stabbed hard at Kenneth's heart. Amidst the dull sound, a stream of blood immediately shot out and splattered on Sora's fair face. Feeling the pain, Kenneth woke up from the unconscious state caused by the magic. He let out a long scream subconsciously. Why? After the scream, Kenneth, who turned his head with difficulty, asked in disbelief. Sora didn't answer. She raised her hand and pulled out the knife. Then, as Kenneth let out another shrill scream, she stabbed the letter knife in her hand into Kenneth's heart again. Ugh. Chapter 1801. Ding dong, ding dong. In the middle of the night, the doorbell suddenly rang. "You're finally here." Ito, who had been sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for something, looked up with a satisfied smile on his face. He then stood up from the sofa, walked to the front door, and reached out to open it. Creak. Then, Sora Nazuriai, Sophia, who was wrapped in a long blue trench coat and had a lot of dried blood on her face, and a black plastic bag in her hand, appeared in front of Itosei's eyes. "Come in," Ito said calmly. Sora didn't say anything as she silently walked into the apartment with the bag. "Follow me," Ito said again, then turned around and walked to the magic room used to guide and teach Sakura and Naka magic. Sora still followed silently. Bang! The door closed automatically, blocking all the mysteries outside the apartment. Creak! Bang! Ito locked the door of the magic room and turned to look at the black plastic bag in Sora's hand. "This is that thing, right?" "Yes," Sora said coldly. Ito nodded and reached out to take the plastic bag from Sora. He took it to the experiment table, placed it on the clean table, and opened the plastic bag. In an instant, a long strip-shaped object wrapped in layers of newspaper appeared. It had faint traces of red on it. Ito didn't stop as he continued to remove the newspapers wrapped around the long object. As the layers of newspapers peeled off, the traces of blood became clearer and clearer. When all the newspapers were opened, a human hand with a forearm was exposed. Looking at the arm in front of him, Ito smiled silently. He turned around, took a few magic potions and tools from his side, and began to concoct them. In just over 10 minutes, a pitch-black liquid appeared in his hand. Then, Ito put the bottle of black liquid above the arm, tilted the bottle, and poured the black liquid in the bottle. Easy in an instant. The sound of something being corroded echoed in the quiet magic room. Immediately after, light blossomed, and an extremely unstable cyan blue energy ball gradually emerged from the arm. If there was a magician here at this time, he would definitely recognize that this ball of energy was no other than an object. It was the core accumulation of a magician family, the magic seal. In addition, this arm clearly had the skin characteristics of a white person and Sora, who had sent the arm to him. It was not difficult to guess who the original owner of this magic seal was. Kenneth Elmeroy Akebelud of the Akebelud family. Seeing this, Ito quickly put down the bottle of black liquid in his hand. He turned around and took a square bottle from the side. The aluminum box, which had a large number of messy carvings on its surface, but actually had a certain pattern, was opened to reveal the space inside. He then held the box with his hand and clasped it onto the magic seal that appeared on the section of Kenneth's arm that should have belonged to him. He then made a supporting action with his other hand and put the magic seal into the aluminum box. With a slight movement of Ito's fingers, the aluminum box closed again, completely blocking the magic fluctuations naturally emitted by the magic seal. "Well done," Ito praised without looking back as he took out a few pieces of white paper from the tissue box on the experiment table and wiped the blood on the surface of the aluminum box. As soon as he said this, Sora's eyes immediately fluctuated again, and then an expression of astonishment mixed with disbelief appeared on her face. "How can it be?" Sora muttered to herself with dull eyes. At this time, Ito, who wiped the aluminum box clean and put it away, turned around and observed Sora's changes with interest. "It's you. It must be you. What did you do to me?" A moment later, Sora, who came back to her senses, questioned loudly with a face full of anger. "Only anger? No hatred?" Ito, who noticed Sora's expression, chuckled strangely. "Kenneth, who was killed by you, is really pitiful. Not only was he killed by his beloved fiancée, but his fiancée didn't even think of avenging him after discovering the problem. What a failure his life is." Upon hearing this, Sora's expression froze and her eyes flickered. "It's hypnosis magic, right?" A moment later, Sora, who had calmed down a little, said with a gloomy expression, "You knocked me out after talking to Kenneth on the phone in order to induce me mentally during that time. I think in order to prevent me from discovering the situation, you even set up a starting command in my consciousness. It's the sentence, 'Your body is wonderful.' Am I right?" Clap, 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 clap. Ito clapped his hands with a look of admiration on his face. "You're right. That's what happened," Ito said with a smile. "You're so cruel," Sora said with a terrible expression. "I only gave you a push on the path of pursuing love." I believe that even without me, as long as Lancer was still by Kenneth's side, you would have done the same when the time came. Ito retorted with a smile. You're talking nonsense. Sora shrieked. Is it really nonsense? Ito asked with a spurious smile. You should understand the effects of hypnosis magic, right? If the command given goes against the will and subconscious of the spiritual subject, this command will cause the person to fall into a state of confusion the moment it's activated. As someone from the Sophia family, it's impossible that you didn't notice it, right? Then why did you still carry it out? Sora was silent in response. In fact, Ito was referring to the fact that under normal circumstances, hypnosis magic couldn't give a command that went against the will and subconscious of the spiritual subject. For example, if you gave a command for a mortal to commit suicide, it definitely wouldn't be carried out immediately after it was activated. Instead, it would enter a state of hesitation and struggle. At this time, as long as there was a little external force or the spiritual subject's willpower was strong enough, they would be able to break free from the hypnosis state. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. If the spiritual power of the caster was strong enough to almost crush the spiritual consciousness of the subject, this situation basically wouldn't exist. Even if the command was absolutely against the spiritual subject's will, it could still be carried out forcefully. For example, a magician with powerful spiritual power against an ordinary person, or Ito against a portion of cultivators. As for why it wasn't absolute, it was because there would always be a group of people in this world with heaven-defying luck and tenacious willpower. Even if they were crushed, they would still have a chance to break free from the influence and obtain freedom of consciousness. However, it was obvious that Sora wasn't on the list of heaven-defying talents. How can this be? Sora muttered to herself with a dull gaze. At this moment, Ito, who wiped the aluminum box clean and put it away, turned around and observed Sora's changes with interest. It's you. It must be you. What did you do to me? A moment later, Sora, who came back to her senses, questioned loudly with a face full of anger. Only anger, no hatred? Ito, who noticed Sora's expression, laughed strangely. Kenneth, who was killed by you, is really pitiful. Not only was he killed by his most beloved fiancée, but his fiancée didn't even think of avenging him after discovering the problem. What a failure his life is. Upon hearing this, Sora's expression froze, and her eyes flickered. It's hypnosis magic, right? A moment later, Sora, who had calmed down a little, said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression, You knocked me out after talking to Kenneth on the phone in order to induce my spiritual power during that period of time. I think in order to prevent me from discovering the situation, you even set up an activation command in my consciousness. It's the sentence, your body is wonderful. Am I right? Clap, 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 clap. Ito clapped his hands with a look of admiration on his face. You're right. That's what happened. Ito smiled. You're so cruel, Sora said with a terrible expression. I only gave you a push on the path of pursuing love. I believe that even without me, as long as Lancer was still by Kenneth's side, you would have done the same. Ito retorted with a smile. Nonsense, Sora shrieked. Is it really nonsense? Ito asked with a faint smile. You should understand the effects of hypnosis magic, right? If the command given goes against the will and subconscious of the spiritual subject, this command will cause the person to fall into a state of confusion the moment it's activated. As someone from the Sophia family, it's impossible that you didn't notice it, right? Then why did you still carry it out? Sora was speechless. In fact, Ito was referring to the fact that under normal circumstances, hypnosis magic couldn't give a command that went against the will and subconscious of the spiritual subject. For example, if you gave a command for a mortal to commit suicide, it definitely wouldn't be carried out immediately after it was activated. Instead, it would enter a state of hesitation and struggle. At this time, as long as there was a little external force or the spiritual subject's willpower was strong enough, they would be able to break free from the hypnosis state. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. If the spiritual power of the caster was strong enough to almost crush the spiritual consciousness of the subject, this situation basically wouldn't exist. Even if it was absolutely against the spiritual subject's will, it could still be carried out forcefully. For example, a magician with strong spiritual power against an ordinary person, or say Ito against a portion of cultivators. As for why it wasn't absolute, it was because there was always a group of people in this world with heaven-defying luck and tenacious willpower. Even if they were crushed, they still had the chance to break free from the influence and obtain freedom of consciousness. However, it was very obvious that Sora wasn't on the list of heaven-defying talents. Chapter 1802. P.S. Thank you to White What and Book Mountain's Route for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Kill Potato, Boring Lord, and Brother Number for their rewards. Ito-san, according to your instructions, I went to the river near the estuary of Fuyuki City to check it. There are indeed traces of magic formations there. I can be sure that Castor should be hiding there. In the apartment bought by Sei Ito, Lancer was half kneeling on the ground, bowing his head and reporting. I see. You continue to monitor. Wait for the evening. We will launch an attack there. Sei Ito said in a low voice. Yes. Lancer bowed his head and responded. With a casual movement of his body, he disappeared from the room. Hey, although I have Lancer as a helper and scout, it seems that I have Sakura to look after. After Lancer disappeared, Sei Ito leaned his body on the back of the sofa and said helplessly, Indeed, the existence of Lancer as a heroic spirit could make up for Ito-Sei's weakness in dealing damage to heroic spirits to a certain extent. But correspondingly, Sakura Nagasaka, as his master, also became a target at the same time. This resulted in the fact that Ito-Sei had no choice but to bring her along with him in the following operation. Otherwise, no one could guarantee that Takamiya Jishi would not attack a child like Sakura Nagasaka for the sake of justice in his heart. After all, Sei Ito's place of residence was not hidden. It could even be said to be conspicuous. With Kamiya Jishi and Kuyu Mamiya's intelligence gathering ability, they could find it in the first place. But fortunately, the situation did not become worse. At least, with Sakura's identity, she basically ruled out the possibility of being attacked by Yasuya Tatsuki. In addition, as her father, Tasaka Tasaka would also hold back to a limited extent. And as his disciple, Yin Fonkiri Silence, it was equivalent to entering into an ambiguous state with the three masters in an instant. As for the remaining caster and writer, one has already been determined as the target to kill, so it can be temporarily ruled out, and the other has a bold and unrestrained personality. He will choose to fight openly, so there's no need to worry too much, so there's no need to be too worried. Only Wei Gong Chi-Si was the most dangerous. Sei Ito stood up and went to the magic room to find Sakura Inaka, who was practicing magic. Sakura, stop for a moment, Sei Ito said. Sakura put down the book in her hand and looked at Ito-Sei with some confusion. Go to your room and pack your things. We'll be moving soon, Sei Ito said with a smile. You're not staying here anymore? Sakura asked curiously. Yes, not for the time being, Sei Ito confirmed. Oh, Sakura nodded as she closed her book and stood up. He turned around and left the magic room. Ito-Sei, who watched Sakura leave, withdrew his gaze and carefully looked at the magic room. After confirming that there was nothing important in it, he took a few magic materials that were difficult to get from the experiment table and put them away. He then turned and left the magic room and returned to the living room. At this moment, maybe she heard something from Sakura Tosaka, but Alice Phil, who was on the second floor, also appeared in the living room. Looks like you didn't sleep well last night. Sei Ito looked at Alice Phil's tired face and smiled. Are you running away? Alice Phil asked. Yes, I'm running away, Sei Ito admitted as if he had no sense of shame. Alice Phil didn't expect Sei Ito to be so straightforward and have no self-respect. She immediately choked on his words. After all, your man is a magician assassin who is willing to do something like a terrorist attack for a target. for the safety of himself and Sakura. Isn't it natural to run away? Ito asked with a frivolous expression. His expression didn't look like he was scared by the magician assassin at all. Cut, he's not a terrorist. Alice Phil argued angrily. For a certain purpose. Even if the lives of most innocent people are buried together, and he has no guilt. I can't see how he is not a terrorist just from this point alone. Ito curled his lips. Yes, you sacrificed the lives of a small number of people for the safety of the majority, but did you ask their wishes? Not to mention political propaganda. You didn't even inform them and buried them. What was the difference between you and those terrorists who dared to blow up cars for XXX and XXX? Anyway, Ito didn't think there was any difference between the two groups of people. That's because you don't understand Chisi's ideals. If you know, you won't think so, Alice Phil said without giving up. For world peace. Ito raised his eyebrows. Yes. Although Alice Phil was a little surprised that Ito could say her husband's ideals so accurately, she only thought that he had heard it from somewhere. Therefore, after the initial surprise, she nodded and admitted with a serious face. That's what terrorists often say too. Before they launch a terrorist attack, they will say that someone is the culprit who destroys world peace. We are for a sacred purpose, and then they will not hesitate to kill the unrelated innocent people. Ito said calmly. Chisi has never done that. Alice Phil retorted loudly. Maybe not after marrying you, but before that. Ito said meaningfully. In fact, he didn't know how many times Chisi had done that kind of thing, but there must be some. After all, when he was hunting the evil magician as a mercenary, he also encountered magicians who threatened him by taking hostages. Regarding this, Alice Phil could only remain silent, because she really didn't know much about Chisi's past. She only knew that he was originally a mercenary, and he had the title of magician killer in the outside world. Other than having an adoptive mother named Natalia Kaminsky, she didn't know what happened when he was young. What happened to him when he was a mercenary, she didn't know at all. But I have to say, Chisi is a ruthless person. Seeing that Alice Phil was silent, Ito didn't plan to say more. He let out a long sigh and sighed softly. A person who forced himself into that kind of situation for his ideals, and in the end, almost lost everything. He could no longer be described as a ruthless person. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to add a stubborn prefix on top of this. At least Ito thought so. He couldn't do what Chisi did. Brother Chung, I'm done. Just when the two were silent because of the conversation, Sakura Tasaka's voice sounded in the room. Did you bring the magic book you're studying? Ito looked up and reminded Sakura Tasaka, who was carrying a small backpack. Yes. Sakura Tasaka, who came down from the second floor, answered. Okay, let's go. Ito stepped forward and took Sakura Tasaka's hand and led her to the entrance. Although Alice Phil didn't want to walk with Ito again, she knew it was impossible. However, he also knew that it was impossible, so he could only turn around and follow them. He walked to the entrance with the two of them and put on his shoes. After putting on their shoes, the three left the apartment and walked aimlessly on the streets of Fuyuki City. The three were silent along the way. No one took the initiative to speak. It was not until more than an hour later that they stopped at a small hotel. They booked a room as a family and checked in. At night, the lights were on. After resting for a day, Ito and the other two left the hotel again and moved along the streets of Fuyuki City to the river that connected to the estuary in the northeast of the city. According to common sense, at this time, he shouldn't take Sakura Tasaka with him, but just in case, and to let her see the cruelty of the battle with her own eyes, Ito decided to take Sakura Tasaka with him. After all, no matter what, staying by his side was much safer than being alone and giving others an opportunity to take advantage of. After half an hour, Ito and the other two came to the river. Master Ito-san. Then at the next moment, Lancer's figure appeared from the void and bowed slightly. Where is Castor's stronghold? Ito asked. It's in the underground pipeline network in front of us, Lancer replied, but Castor has set up a position there, and the security is very strong. In order to avoid alerting the other side, I didn't continue to go deeper, so I didn't explore the specific situation inside. Please forgive me. Sakura Tasaka looked nervously at Seito. Seito smiled slightly, and his eyes showed encouragement. Feeling Seito's encouragement, Sakura Tasaka put down her hand a little, but she was still nervous and whispered to Lancer, "It's okay. Thank you very much." Lancer looked up and smiled. In an instant, a charming aura was emitted from Lancer's face. Seito, who felt the change in aura, snorted and released his spiritual force in front of Sakura Tasaka, blocking the charm released by Lancer. As for Aliceville, although her magic circuit was still suppressed to the limit, and she could only use some harmless magic, it was no problem for her to resist Lancer's charm, so Seito didn't need to pay much attention to her. "Sorry." Lancer smiled bitterly. "Forget it." Seito, who knew that Lancer couldn't be blamed for this, frowned and said in a low voice, "Is Castor inside now?" Seito, who didn't want to get entangled in this matter, asked. "About an hour ago, Castor and a young man suspected to be Master left here, and they haven't returned yet." Lancer replied, "How is your hiding ability?" Seito thought about it and asked again. "It should not be weaker than Archer." Lancer frowned slightly and guessed. "Then wait for an ambush near the entrance of the pipeline and guard the way out. I will enter the pipeline. When Castor returns, the two of us will launch an attack on him together and be sure to kill him here." Seito arranged. "Yes." Lancer responded. After that, Lancer's figure flashed, and he once again entered the state of spirit form and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "You two come with me." After sending Lancer away, Seito turned to look at Aliceville and Sakura Tasaka and said. Then, without waiting for the two of them to respond, he led them out of the room. A few minutes later, the three of them came to a hidden location near the river. Then, Itose took out a bottle of magic ink from his arms and poured it on the ground. He leaned over and picked up an old steel stick from the side. Using one end of the stick as a pen, he pulled the sticky magic potion on the ground and started to draw. In more than a minute, a circular magic array with a diameter of about 2.5 meters appeared on the ground. Clang! After drawing the magic array, Seito threw the steel stick aside. Then he turned his head and looked at Aliceville and Sakura Tasaka and said, "From now on, the two of you will be in this magic array. You're not allowed to leave here until I come back." In this regard, Sakura Tasaka naturally had nothing to say, but Aliceville seemed to think of something, and a strange color appeared on her face. But before she could do anything, Itose on the side suddenly reached out and pointed at her. Then, a bunch of magic light rope immediately emerged from the void and quickly wrapped around Aliceville as if it had a mind of its own. It restrained her and made her unable to move. Then, with a slight flash, it disappeared from her body. Then, Seito walked forward and reached out to carry Aliceville, who had lost her ability to move, and placed her in the magic array. After letting go of Aliceville, Seito turned his head and said to Sakura Tasaka, "Sakura, look after her." "Okay, big brother chum," Sakura Tasaka said seriously. Then, Sakura Tasaka also walked into the magic array. Seeing this, Seito's mind moved, and magical power instantly instilled into the magic array under his feet, and then a faint light immediately bloomed from the magic array, but it only lasted for a few seconds, and then it extinguished again as if it had no power to support it. "I'll be back soon." Seito turned his head and looked at Sakura Tasaka and said. After the latter nodded to express her understanding, he turned and stepped out of the magic array, left the two of them, and gradually disappeared into the night. A few minutes later, Seito returned to the vicinity of the previous river. Under the guidance of Lancer, he found the entrance of the underground pipeline selected by Castor, stepped into it, and walked along the dark pipeline. This was a drainage channel designed for flood control. The area was very wide. The width of the ground was enough for 2 large trucks to drive side by side. The whole body was made of concrete, and the surface was smooth and flat, like a tunnel. There were very few forks in it, and most of them were almost at the bottom of the tunnel. In this case, say Ito came to an underground hall with stone pillars. Chapter 1803. As soon as he entered the underground hall, say Ito immediately smelled the pungent smell of blood and rancid and the strange smell of animal excrement, which made him frown. However, this smell did not stop say Ito's footsteps, and he continued to go deeper. Pudgy, however, after taking a few steps, he felt as if he had stepped on something. At the same time, a strange sound rang out in the quiet tunnel, where not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Seito stopped and looked down at the ground. A bloody half of a palm was instantly reflected in his eyes, which could see everything in the dark room as if it was daytime. Seito raised his head and looked at other places around him. Sure enough, there were many broken limbs and body parts scattered all over the place, as well as what should be the internal organs of living creatures. The ground was dyed red, and, judging from the color of the broken limbs and organs and the degree of coagulation of the blood around them, many of them were from the people who died recently. Two lunatics, Itose cursed in a low voice. There was no need to think about it. There were so many things on the outside of the hall. The situation inside the hall was definitely worse. Therefore, Itose was too lazy to go inside and make his eyes suffer. He directly turned around and left the hall again. He came to the side of the passage and found a corner to hide himself, waiting for the return of the two lunatics he mentioned. At the same time, in a forest in Fuyuki City, Castor, who was chosen by Ito as the target to kill, was leading more than a dozen boys aged 7, 8, 9, and 10 years old to confront Saber, who was wearing a knight's dress in an open space. "I'm here as agreed last night. I'm here to visit you." Castor stroked his chest with one hand, bowed his body, and said in a gentle and full of reverence, "Beautiful saint, Her Royal Highness Joan of Arc, I told you, I'm not the person you said." Saber said with a frown, "Is your heart still closed, Joan of Arc?" "Joan of Arc," Castor said sadly, "it seems that I have to treat you forcibly. Fortunately, I'm prepared this time." Then Castor seemed to have really entered the role of a doctor, and said with a dull face, "Although this is a boring game." Snap! Castor raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then, as if it was some kind of signal, the children who had been following Castor seemed to wake up from a dream, opened their eyes, and looked around helplessly, as if they didn't know why they were standing here. "Listen, children, let's start playing hide and seek. The rules are simple. Just run away from me. If you're caught by me," he paused for a moment. Castor reached out and grabbed a child next to him. "Stop." Although she didn't know what Castor was going to do, Saber instinctively felt that Castor would never do anything good. She knew that Castor would not listen, but she still immediately opened her mouth and shouted. Crack! Then, the sound of the skull crushed, red and white brain and blood. There were also round eyeballs that flew in all directions. Saber and the children around her saw the horrifying scene. "Ah, Mom! Wow!" Instantly, the children, who had never experienced such a terrifying nightmare, began to cry loudly. In a panic, they scattered in all directions without knowing where they were going. "Hurry up and run away. I'll start chasing after you after I count to 100, Castor said with a dull voice. "Bastard!" Saber cursed, then kicked her feet. Her body turned into a shadow and rushed toward Castor. Castor dodged awkwardly. While dodging, he said with a heart-wrenching voice, "How do you feel when you see this tragedy? Are you sad? Can you imagine the pain that those innocent and lovely children suffered in the end? But Joan of Arc, this is not a real tragedy. Compared to after I lost you, in order to meet you again, Saber didn't pay attention to Castor's crazy words. She used her superb swordsmanship to kill him again. However, Castor rolled awkwardly again, dodging the attack, and reached out to grab a child in front of him with a wound on his leg. It seemed that he was too panicked when he was running away just now, causing him to collapse. Castor pulled the child into his arms and looked up at Saber. Seeing the child in Castor's arms, Saber reluctantly stopped her sword. "Oh, Joan of Arc, how charming your eyes are when they are burning." Taking advantage of the hostage, Castor got up from the ground and stood at a distance from Saber. Looking at Saber's angry eyes, he smiled leisurely. "Do you hate me that much?" "Yes, you should hate me. I have betrayed the goodness of God, and you will never forgive me. You are more devout to God than anyone else. Let go of the child," Saber said in a cold tone. This battle of the Holy Grail is to select the most qualified hero to get the Holy Grail. If you use the tactic of defiling the hero, you will be abandoned by the Holy Grail. Now that you are resurrected again, the Holy Grail is useless to me. Jean, if you really want to save this child's life. Castor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then his face turned to disappointment and gently put the child back to the ground. "Don't cry, child. You should be happy. God's devout believer has come to save you. The omnipotent God has finally shown himself. All your friends have not been saved by God, only you." Castor whispered softly. Wow. The child who regained his freedom didn't dare to stay with Castor. He immediately cried and ran towards Saber on the opposite side. Then the child hugged the armor on Saber's leg. Saber touched the child's head with her armored palm and whispered, "It's dangerous here. Run, run in this direction." But before she finished her words, a strange sound came from the child's back, and then the child's cry turned into a painful groan. Then, the child's back muscles and clothes were torn apart, and a ball that looked like a group of snakes came out of the child's body. In terms of appearance, it looked like a squid. Then, before Saber could react, the squid-like monster extended its thick tentacles and quickly wrapped them around Saber's limbs, tightening its grip, and it was not just one, but a dozen squid-like monsters that looked exactly the same had appeared around Saber and surrounded her. "I should have told you in advance. The next time you see me, you have to be prepared." Castor laughed cheerfully. Then, he reached into his bosom and took out a thick book with a slightly damp cover that was shining faintly. With the book as the center, a powerful magic power instantly spread out in all directions. It was Castor's noble phantasm. "This is the magic book left to me by my ally. I got the spell to command the demon army with this book. What do you think? Is there no army that can match the majesty of the demon army?" Castor said with a happy look. "That's enough. I don't want to compete with you for the Holy Grail now." Saber, whose heart was full of burning anger, said in a low voice. As she spoke, a wave of magic power spread out like a shock wave, forcing the magical creatures to retreat. Then, a bigger and clearer magic impact spread out with Saber as the center. The shockwave was like a real blade, tearing the monsters around her body into pieces. "I have nothing to ask for in this battle, and I don't want to take anything. But now, the sword in my hand is prepared to destroy you." Saber, who had become spotless from head to toe, stared at Castor with a stern face and announced, "Oh, Joan of Arc." Although his breathing became a little rapid, there was no look of fear on his face. Instead, there was a strange look of confusion and bewilderment on his face. He said, "What a noble and righteous Saint Joan of Arc. In front of you, even the gods are inferior." Then, more tentacles surged towards Saber like a tidal wave. "I have tarnished my love. I have fallen deeply into the mire of love. Holy Maiden." In response to his madness, Saber swung her long sword and left streaks of blood in its wake. On the other side, outside a secret place near the river near Castor's stronghold, a tall figure, wearing a black priest costume, wearing a cross on his chest, his eyes were dark and empty, looking like a walking dead. Yin Feng Chili suddenly appeared here and walked forward expressionlessly. Then, after a minute, two women, one big and one small, appeared in front of him. The big one was wearing a white dress and had long silver hair. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a living creature. She looked like an elf. The small one was wearing a dark blue ripple skirt with short black hair, and one side of her hair was tied with a white bandage. Her small face was very calm. These two people were none other than Alice Phil and Sakura Tasaka, who were arranged by Seito. Seeing Yin Feng's gift, Alice Phil's expression changed slightly. Father Yin Feng? Sakura to Sokka wondered. Sakura, I want to take away the lady beside you. Yin Feng chilly stopped outside the magic circle and said. Chapter 1804. P.S. Same old question. Teach first, change later. Miss Alice. Sakura in Osaka turned to look at Alice Phil. She didn't understand what was going on. Command incantation. You're a master too. Isn't the church supposed to be neutral? Alice Phil's eyes widened when she noticed Yin Feng Chili's hand. Yin Feng Chili didn't say anything. He just looked at her coldly. Are you here to kill me? Alice Phil asked. No. To me, you're more useful alive, Yin Feng Chili denied. Alice Phil frowned when she heard that. My target is Takamiya Jishi. He'll only appear if I catch you, Yin Feng Chili explained. What? Alice Phil exclaimed. Sakura, I have no intention of hurting you right now, so please move aside. Ignoring Alice Phil, Chili turned his head to look at Sakura Dosaka, who had a confused expression on her face. You can't, Father Yin Feng. I promised Brother Seiji that I wouldn't leave here, Sakura in Osaka replied innocently. If that's the case, I'm sorry, Yin Feng Chili said. Then, he moved and rushed towards Alice Phil. Use the command incantation. Because of the restriction that Ito Sei left behind before he left, Alice Field, who couldn't move at all, shouted anxiously. Bang! Light flashed. A transparent barrier appeared at the edge of the magic array, blocking Yin Feng Chili's body. Use the command incantation to summon Lancer. Alice Phil urged. Lancer, come to me, Sakura in Osaka summoned loudly. In an instant, crimson magic light exploded from Sakura in Osaka's hand, tearing the space apart. She summoned Lancer from afar. Pa! It was at this moment that the magic array's light wall exploded with a soft sound. It fell to the ground like glass shards before slowly disappearing into the air. Whoosh! Lancer's spear pierced through the air and stabbed toward Yin Feng Chili. The latter jumped back nimbly and dodged Lancer's spear. At the same time, he swung his hand, and 3 slender solid light beams with bright white light shot toward Lancer. This was the common weapon of the Holy Church's executors, the Black Key. The yellow spear in Lancer's hand spun and deflected the incoming light swords. Then, with a stomp of his feet, he rushed to Yin Feng and Chili, who had just landed on the ground at the speed of sound. Then he thrust the magic breaker Red Rose at him. Yin Feng Chili dodged and struck out with the 6 elbow strike of the Baji fist. Lancer dodged and dodged the landing point on his chest. Seeing this, Yin Feng and Chi Li stepped forward. 3 streaks of white light instantly shot out from the 3 hilt-like objects in his left hand, sweeping towards Lancer's head. Lancer raised his left arm and placed the gun in front of his face. Clang! A crisp sound rang out between the two of them. Then, the two of them jumped back at the same time, taking advantage of this attack. After landing back on the ground, Yin Feng and Chili looked at Lancer expressionlessly. Another one. Lancer, who was also looking back at Yin Feng Chili, smiled bitterly in his heart. What kind of luck do I have? Others can't even meet a single weird guy, but I've met 2 in just 2 days. Obviously, he was thinking about, say, Ito, who was now his magic power supplier. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Spearman had the worst luck level out of all the heroic spirits, E-Luck. It was natural that they would encounter all kinds of things that would hurt them. Then, Yin Feng Chili moved again. He raised his hands and threw 6 black keys at Lancer. Lancer pointed his guns and sent the black keys flying one by one. But just as Lancer was about to attack his enemy, the Black Priest, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind him. Lancer's expression changed slightly. He could no longer care about the Black Priest in front of him. He was about to turn around to check the situation. Unfortunately, Yin Feng Chili's new attack was right in front of him. Lancer had no choice but to block it with his spear to avoid getting hurt. But when he blocked Yin Feng Chili's attack, he realized that Yin Feng Chili was nowhere to be seen. Lancer, who was not in the mood to search for his enemy, quickly turned around and looked in the direction of his master, Nagasaka Sakura. But at this time, other than his master, Nagasaka Sakura, who was sitting on the ground under the protection of a light shield, the lady in white, Alice Phil, was nowhere to be seen. "Master, are you okay?" Lancer stepped in front of Nagasaka Sakura and looked at her with concern. "I'm fine." Nagasaka Sakura got up from the ground and frowned as she rubbed her butt. "All right, Miss Alice." Nagasaka Sakura just realized that there was someone else here. "I'm sorry, Master. I'm useless. I couldn't stop the enemy." Lancer knelt on one knee and lowered his head in apology. Get up first," Nagasaka Sakura said helplessly. "Yes." Lancer knew that his master was still young and didn't seem to have a mind of his own. He hesitated and stood up from the ground and asked, "Master, what happened just now? When you were fighting with Father Yin Feng, a person wearing a white bone mask suddenly appeared here and knocked Miss Alice out. At the same time, he was about to hit me. Then, the amulet that Brother Chung gave me glowed and created this thing." Nagasaka Sakura used the language of a child to describe what just happened. Lancer nodded and looked at the light shield that was still standing in front of him. "Can you put this thing away?" Lancer asked. "No. Brother Chung didn't teach me how to put this thing away." Nagasaka Sakura shook her head. Lancer frowned and felt like he was scratching his head. "How about this? I'll take you to Mr. Ito and let him deal with it." Lancer finally decided. "There's no need for that." Just as he finished speaking, a new voice rang out. "Brother Chung." Nagasaka Sakura called. "Mr. Ito." Lancer turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. In the next second, a black shadow flashed, and Sei Ito came to Nagasaka Sakura and Lancer's side. "Sakura, take out the amulet and hold it in your hand. Think about putting away the light shield." Sei Ito instructed. Nagasaka Sakura nodded and took out the amulet from her collar. She held it with both hands and closed her eyes to imagine the light shield disappearing. After 5 to 6 seconds, the light shield surface flickered and the light shield shrunk rapidly. Finally, it condensed into a dot and disappeared into the amulet. "What's going on?" Sei Ito asked in a low voice. Then, Yin Feng and Chi Li moved again. They raised their hands and threw 6 black keys at Lancer. Lancer fired both guns and hit the black keys one by one. But just as Lancer was about to launch an attack on his enemy, the black-clothed priest, a muffled sound suddenly came from not far behind him. Lancer's expression changed slightly. He couldn't care less about the priest in front of him and wanted to turn around to check the situation. Unfortunately, Yin Feng Chi Li's new attack was right in front of him. Lancer had to block it with his gun to prevent himself from getting hurt. But when he blocked Yin Feng Chi Li's attack, he realized that Yin Feng Chi Li was gone. Lancer, who was not in the mood to search for the enemy, quickly looked away and looked in the direction of his master, Nagasaka Sakura. But at this time, other than his master, Nagasaka Sakura, who was sitting on the ground under the protection of a light shield, the woman in white was nowhere to be seen. "Master, are you okay?" Lancer stepped in front of Nagasaka Sakura and looked at her with concern. "I'm fine." Nagasaka Sakura got up from the ground and frowned while rubbing her butt. "Oh yeah, Miss Alice." Nagasaka Sakura just remembered that there was another person. "I'm sorry, Master. I'm useless. I couldn't stop the enemy." Lancer knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Get up first," Nagasaka Sakura said helplessly. "Yes." Lancer knew that his master was still young and didn't seem to have a mind of his own. He hesitated and got up from the ground and asked, "Master, what happened just now? When you were fighting with Father Yin Feng, a person with a white bone mask suddenly appeared here and knocked Miss Alice out. At the same time, he was about to hit me. Then, the amulet that Brother Chung gave me glowed and created this thing." Nagasaka Sakura used the language of a child to describe what happened just now. Lancer nodded and looked at the light shield that was still standing in front of him. "Can you put this thing away?" Lancer asked. "No. Brother Chung didn't teach me how to put this away." Nagasaka Sakura shook her head. Lancer frowned and felt like he was scratching his head. How about this? I'll take you to Mr. Ito and let him handle this. Lancer finally decided. There's no need. Just as he finished speaking, a new voice rang out. Mr. Ito. Lancer turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. In the next second, a black shadow flashed, and Sei Ito came to Nagasaka Sakura and Lancer. Sakura, take out the amulet and hold it in your hand. Think about putting away the light shield. Sei Ito instructed. Chapter 1805. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon for your precious monthly votes, and thank Brother Number and Boring Saint for their rewards. Just as the young man's voice fell, a slight sound suddenly came. Then the young man felt that his throat was tight and his body was separated from the ground. He grabbed his hands and looked at the face of the strange man, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a painful expression. Let go, let go. The young man said in a simple tone. Yu Sheng Long Jijia. The strange man, Sei Ito, who had been hiding in the passage, said, Do you know me? The young man, Yu Sheng Long Jijia, was surprised. He didn't feel fear because he fell into the hands of the enemy and his life was no longer in his control. He didn't know whether he was fearless or mentally abnormal. It should be the latter, otherwise, how could he summon Castor, a psychopathic monster? It's good that it's you. Sei Ito chuckled. After that, Sei Ito's eyes lit up and a spiritual light instantly pierced into Yu Sheng Long Jijia's pupils. Although Yu Sheng Long Jijia can successfully summon Castor and has a certain qualification as a magician, in the end, he has not undergone formal development and training. He is an ordinary person, so even a magician like Weber can use hypnotic magic to affect him, let alone Sei Ito, who is at a high level. Almost instantly, Yu Sheng Long Jijia's eyes were empty and he became dull. Seeing that Yu Sheng Long Jijia has been controlled, Sei Ito put him back on the ground again. He turned his head and looked at the dozen or so young children next to him, whose eyes were dim, as if they were sleepwalking. Then his eyes flashed, and he once again released his spiritual force to invade the minds of these children. Turn around and leave here. Keep going forward. Wake up from the nightmare after seeing the first pedestrian. Go home. Sei Ito used language to bury instructions in the minds of these children. Then the children slowly turned around and walked out of the passage like walking dead, gradually disappearing from Sei Ito's eyes. Lancer, the plan has changed. Later, I will control Yu Sheng Long Ji to use the command seal to summon Castor back. Use the sure kill yellow wild rose to attack him. After the children disappeared, Sei Ito shouted to the void. Yes, Lancer replied. After receiving a response, Sei Ito didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Yu Sheng Long Jijia, who was standing to the side in a daze. Use the command seal to summon Castor back. Sei Ito ordered. Command curse. Yes, the command curse. Castor, come back. Yu Sheng Long Jijia's body swayed slightly. He raised his arm. He screamed like he was drunk. In the midst of Yu Sheng Long Jijia's dull and strange summoning voice, a red magical radiance instantly blossomed from the back of his hand, and then a strange black robe covered his body. A middle-aged man who seemed to be in a sorry state suddenly appeared beside Long Jijia. Castor, who had just appeared, looked at the empty underground passage in front of him in surprise. He still didn't understand why he suddenly came back here from the warm meeting with Saint Joan of Arc. Then at the next moment, the breeze whistled, and a golden spear pierced out from the void like a golden meteor, with a sharp air blade. It went straight to Castor's chest. At this time, Castor's expression was shocked, and he immediately recovered from his doubts and dodged. How could Castor, whose agility was only at D level, compare to Lancer, whose agility had dropped from a plus level to a level because of the change of master, but he was still able to command Lancer's agility in front of him? In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and blood gushed out from Castor's left shoulder. Long Ji Kuan, what the hell is going on? Castor asked loudly with a strange look on his face. But the response he got was not Long Gigia's voice, but a slender red light like a red meteor. Castor didn't dare to hesitate and quickly dodged to the side. Bo, the red spear, pierced the air and stirred up a whirlwind, blowing away Long Gigia, who was standing on the side. Jean d'Arc. Then a soft voice echoed in the quiet underground passage. What? Castor was shocked when he heard the voice. He subconsciously stopped running away, turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and asked anxiously. Just like when he asked Yusheng Long Gigi a question, a black shadow responded by fiercely slapping his strange face, causing his body to fly backwards while spinning. Lancer! Immediately after, the voice was heard again. Then the golden light burst out and pierced into Castor's body. Puff! Castor, whose body was penetrated, looked at the tip of the spear in front of his chest in disbelief. Why? St. Joan of Arc, I finally found you. As long as there's a little time, you can recover your memory. Why? Is it because of God? You once again brought tragedy upon me. Is this how the gods entertain themselves? Castor said with a ferocious look on his face. Then he said with a sad sigh, Sure enough, God abandoned the world. Puff! The moment Castor's words fell, a black light flashed, and then Castor's strange head, which still had deep sadness, rolled and fell to the ground. Boom! The head fell to the ground and rolled to the side twice. Then Reiko floated and gradually disintegrated into nothingness. Castor, one of the 7 heroes, left the stage. You go to Sakura first, I'll be there later. Sei Ito, who put the obsidian dagger in his sleeve, said. Lancer took back the spear. She looked at Sei Ito on the side and didn't speak. She turned around and ran out of the underground passage at high speed. Sei Ito turned around and walked slowly to Ryanosuk, who was blown to the side and completely fainted because of the impact of the head. He lifted his foot and lifted him into the air, grabbed him in his hand, turned around, and walked out of the passage. A few minutes later, Sei Ito, Sakura Tasaka, and Lancer met together. Sakura. Sei Ito greeted. The latter didn't ask anything. She walked to Sei Ito's side. Sei Ito grabbed Sakura Tasaka's hand. He covered Ryanosuk's palm with 2 command seals on the back of Sakura Tasaka's hand and whispered a strange spell. Under the stimulation of the spell, the command seal on the back of Ryanosuk's hand was like oil paint stained with gasoline, quickly faded and blurred, until finally it completely disappeared from the back of his hand. In its place, 2 new command curses appeared on the back of Sakura's hand as she screamed in pain. At this point, excluding the command seal used to summon Lancer, Sakura Tasaka had a total of 4 command seals. Then, Sei Ito let go of Sakura and Ryanosuk's arm. He patted Ryanosuk's chest, then stood up and said, Let's go back to the hotel. After that, he took Sakura's small hand and walked slowly in the direction of the city. Lancer, who stayed in place, looked down at Ryanosuk's body that was quickly losing vitality in his spirit vision. He didn't say anything and entered the spirit state and disappeared from the spot. In a secret location in Fuyuki City. Woman, can you hear me? Yin Fengqi Li looked at Alice Phil in front of him and said. Alice Phil, who made a weak breathing sound, opened her eyes and looked up at Yin Fengqi Li in front of her with eyes that suddenly became tired for some reason. Yin Fengqi Li, you really are the master of the assassin's private army, Alice Phil said. Tell me, where is Takamiya Kissy? Yin Fengqi Li ignored Alice Phil's words and asked himself. I won't tell you where he is, Alice Phil said. Are you afraid that he will fail? Yin Fengqi Li said. No, he won't fail. Yin Fengqi Li, you don't even understand the meaning of this war. You definitely can't win against that person. Be mentally prepared. My knight, my husband will definitely eliminate you. Alice Phil said with a face full of confidence toward her lover. Why are you talking about me? Yin Fengqi Li's eyes flashed with a touch of confusion and asked. However, he wasn't confused about why Alice Phil would talk about him. but Alice feels accurate understanding of him in her words. Even his master, Toshitoshi Tasaka, his father, and his wife couldn't do this. Are you scared? All right, I'll tell you. Your inner thoughts have already been seen through by Wei Gongqiesi. It is because of this that he is wary of you and sees you as his greatest enemy. Qiesi will definitely be colder and more merciless than anyone else. Be mentally prepared, Alice Phil said with a proud smile on her face. I see. Yin Feng Chili nodded in satisfaction. Just like how he was chasing after Takamiya Kissy. Takamiya Kissy was indeed the same as him, and could understand him well. Thank you, woman. This is good news to me. Takamiya Kissy is just as I imagined, Yin Feng Chili said with a hint of joy in his voice. What a stupid man. You want to say you understand Takamiya Kissy? Don't make me laugh. He's clearly a man who can't even compare to his heel. However, Aliceville responded to Yin Feng's compliment with a sneer. What did you say? Yin Feng Chi Li's expression changed slightly. His body hidden under the black robe trembled slightly. That's right. Takamiya Kissy can see through you, but you can't see through him. Yin Feng Chi Li, you don't have anything in that man's mind, Aliceville mocked. The next moment, Yin Feng Gili suddenly rushed in front of her and grabbed Aliceville's slender neck. At this moment, his eyes were filled with rage. I admit, I'm indeed an empty person. I have nothing, Yin Feng Chi Li said calmly. However, in the next second, his voice suddenly roared. But what's the difference between me and Kissy? That man who only knows how to throw himself into meaningless wars and doesn't get anything out of it. He only knows how to kill repeatedly. He deviates from common sense, and his actions are futile. What else is he if not a lost person? Marionette, if you can answer, then just say it. Why is Takamiya Kissy after the Holy Grail? What is that guy's wish in the wish machine? Then, Yin Feng Chili asked hysterically like a leader who couldn't get an answer. Along with his agitated actions, the hand that was strangling Alice Phil's neck tightened once again, causing Alice Phil's face to immediately turn red, and it was difficult for her to breathe. Noticing the change in Alice Phil, Yin Feng Chi Li, who was expecting an answer, let go of his hand and allowed her to breathe. Okay, I'll tell you. Takamiya Kissy's long-cherished wish is to save mankind, to stop all wars and bloodshed, and to achieve eternal world peace. Even though she was almost killed by the man in front of her, there was still no fear in Alice Phil's eyes. Her expression was weak and pitiful. While breathing, she mocked with a sense of superiority. What is this? Yin Feng Chi Li, who felt like he heard a joke, laughed. You can't understand. This is the difference between you and him. The existence of beliefs. Alice Phil's expression was even more mocking as she said, Woman, what are you to Takamiya Kissy? Yin Feng Chi Li, who couldn't believe that Takamiya Kissy was such an idealist, asked in confusion. As his wife, I gave birth to his child. In these 9 years, I watched his heart and shared his worries. I'm different from you, who didn't even see him once, Alice Phil replied. Alice Phil von Einsbaron, have you always been a good wife in these 9 years? Have you won Takamiya Kissy's love? Yin Feng Chi Li sighed with a melancholy expression. He retreated to the chair behind him and sat down. He asked softly, Why do you care about this? Alice Phil asked in confusion. I don't understand the bond between you two. You're proud of Takamiya Kissy as your husband, and you trust him. It's just like a real couple. However, if Takamiya Kissy is a man who pursues the Holy Grail, you should be just a tool to fulfill his wish. He has no reason to give you love. Yin Feng Chi Li stated. If you laugh at his stupidity, I won't forgive you. A trace of anger appeared on Alice Phil's face, and she said firmly, I don't have parents. I'm not the product of love. Therefore, I can't understand what a good wife is. Even so, the love he gave me is my everything. This is something that no one can insult. Chapter 1806. P.S. I was catching mice just now and wasted some time. It seems like the third chapter is going to be updated again tonight. Then, your perfect wife, right? Alice Phil, Yin Fengili said calmly. It was neither sarcasm nor praise. It was as if he was simply stating an answer. But because of this, I can't understand Wei Gong Chili. Since he loves you, his wife, why would he talk about eternal world peace? Why would he sacrifice the person he loves for such meaningless ideals? Then, he changed the topic. His tone and expression were full of confusion. What a strange question. A man like you, who even admits that he's meaningless, is mocking other people's ideals for being meaningless? Alice Phil asked with a strange expression. Any adult with a normal mind would laugh at it, Yin Feng Chili replied. Fighting is human nature. Eradicating it is no different from eradicating humans. What is this if not meaningless? Wei Gong Chili's so-called ideals can't be called thoughts from the start. They're just children's dreams. Yin Feng Chili's thinking was really normal on this point. Because of this, he can only rely on miracles. Alice Phil tried her best to maintain her composure and said softly, he lost everything for his ideals. In order to save the person he can't save, he always endured the punishment and was deprived of everything around him. I'm like this too. So far, he's been forced to make the decision to abandon the person he loves more than once. Hearing this, Yin Feng Chili stood up silently from his chair and looked at Alice Phil with a gloomy gaze. You're saying that this isn't the only time. It's not just this one time, but this man's way of life? Yes, Chili is too gentle. Even though he knows that he'll lose the other party one day, he's still not stingy with his love. Alice Phil replied with certainty. Instantly, a trace of anger appeared in Yin Feng Chili's eyes that he didn't notice. For Yin Feng Chili, who couldn't feel any joy or happiness and only felt emptiness in his heart, Wei Gong Chili's behavior was simply a luxury and a waste. It was something he couldn't forgive. Therefore, no matter what happened before, in that instant, he, Yin Feng Chili, made up his mind to destroy Wei Gong Chili's wish. With that thought in mind, Yin Fengili walked in front of Alice Phil and put his hand around her neck. As he tightened his grip, he said faintly, I understand. I finally understood. This is Wei Gong Chi Chuan. Alice Phil grabbed Yin Fengili's wrist with both hands, her face full of pain. A moment later, Alice Phil lost consciousness and her hands fell down weakly. Only then did Yin Feng Chili let go of his hand and toss the unconscious man to the side. His eyes shone with a rare desire to fight. It was a grand hall with luxurious decorations. There were many tables in the hall, and the tables were filled with all kinds of delicacies. There were also rows of candlesticks that emitted bright light. This was Michael's banquet, where Irene's nobles gathered. It was the gay sex part of the party. These people, who usually worshipped martial arts, tried their best to appear cultured and refined today. It was because there were fresh flowers scattered all around, and the rich floral fragrance emitted from them. It was also because this was the engagement banquet for the King of Ireland, Cormac Art's daughter, Grania. The engagement partner was Fainmark, the son of Quar's son. He was a great hero who had supreme wisdom and was in charge of the healing water. Only he was fit to lead the unparalleled Fjada Knights. His reputation was even comparable to the king's. It was really a wonderful marriage. Beside the old hero Fane was his son, the poet Ashen, and his grandson, the hero Oscar, and the brave warriors of the Fane Knights. Steed, Gilda Mark Ronan, the tremor of the battlefield Gear Mark Mona, Conan of the Grey Lashes, and Face of Glory, Blunudo Odina, who was given the highest honor. Each of them was a brave knight, and they loved Fane. They swore to be loyal to him. At this moment, they exchanged glasses and chatted enthusiastically. They did not notice the sadness in the eyes of Princess Grania, who was sitting beside the king. Until after the banquet. Use my love in exchange for your sacred vow. My dear, please stop this ridiculous marriage. Take me away to the end of the sky, to the other side of the world. The teary-eyed princess grabbed the knight's hand and begged. Then the expected thing happened. The young knight eloped with the princess. Sakura, what's wrong? Seito looked at the sleepy Sakura and asked, I had a strange dream. Sakura Tasaka rubbed her eyes and said, Oh, what kind of dream was it? Seito asked with interest. It seemed to be about Lancer, Sakura Tasaka said, and then told Seito what she saw in the dream. After a while, she finished. Sakura, have you heard of Celtic mythology? Seito asked as he reached out and pulled Sakura Tasaka into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Sakura Tasaka shook her head and looked at Seito curiously. Then today's lesson will be about Celtic mythology. Seito smiled. In the Gaelic-speaking areas of ancient Ireland, there was a story. After that, Ito-sei told Sakura the story of the ancient Irish legendary hero, Finn McCool, and the Fiona Knights that he led. He also told Sakura the relevant information about the Lancer, Delimito Audi. About an hour later, Sakura, study by yourself. I have something to do outside. Seito let go of Sakura Tasaka in his arms. Okay, Brother Chung. Sakura Tasaka answered obediently. Seito smiled and gently rubbed Sakura Tasaka's head. He then stood up from the tatami and left the room. Lancer, I'll leave Sakura's safety in your hands, Seito said as he closed the door. If you want to hurt her, you have to step over my dead body first. Lancer, who was in spirit form, replied in a firm tone. Seito nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He walked out of the hotel and stopped a taxi by the roadside. He then took the taxi to the church in Fuyuki Town. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the church. Seito paid the driver and got out of the car. Just like the other European-style church buildings, the church in Fuyuki Town also had a pointed Western style. However, unlike the white churches, the church in Fuyuki Town had a dark color, which made it look more solemn and dignified than white. After looking at the church, Seito didn't stay and walked into the church. Perhaps it was because it wasn't Mass yet, or perhaps it was because there weren't many believers in Fuwu Town at this time. Other than an old priest with white hair, there weren't any believers who came to pray. It was very deserted. May God bless you. Seeing someone coming, the old priest drew a cross in front of his chest. Does God really exist? Seito asked softly as he walked along the long bench in the church to the old priest standing in front of the podium. Yes, the old priest replied. Then where is he? Seito asked again. Everywhere. He uses his eyes to pay attention to the lamb on the ground. The priest said devoutly. Is he watching us now? Seito smirked as he continued to ask. Yes. Therefore, God can see any evil deeds and punish them. The priest said solemnly. Really? Seito smiled. At this time, he had finished walking and was less than 2 meters away from the old priest. Heresy, do you want to start a war? Seeing that Ito-sei had entered his alert range, the old priest, who was Yin Fengili's father, Yin Fengli, suddenly shouted angrily. We are at war now. Seito laughed. After saying that, he rushed in front of the old priest and punched him in the head. The latter's figure flashed and dodged the punch. Then he counterattacked with his elbow, one of the 6 great openings of Bajiquan. Speaking of which, in terms of the practice of Bajiquan, as the leader of Yin Feng Qili, Yin Fengli was more powerful. Unfortunately, he had no talent in magic, so he couldn't strengthen his fist like Yin Feng Qili. In addition, he walked the orthodox path of a priest, so he didn't have much experience in killing and fighting. At least, he wasn't as rich and experienced as his son Yin Feng Qili. Seito raised his left hand and blocked in front of his chest. With the two of them as the center, a shock wave quickly spread out. Seito leaned back and diverted the power of Seito's attack to the ground. At the same time, he swung his right arm and swept his fist toward Seito's head. He lowered his head and dodged the arm sweep. Then, he lowered his body and extended his leg to hook one of Ito-sei's calves. Then, he threw a punch at Ito-sei's chest with a whirlwind. Ito-sei dodged the attack with an iron bridge. He leaned sideways and used one of his arms to support himself on the ground. Then he lifted his free leg and kicked Rijing's head again. Seito raised his arm to block the attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sei Ito's body staggered a few steps to the side. Itose was not going to let him off. He immediately turned around and kicked his legs like a windmill towards Li Zheng again. He used the kicking technique in Kabbalah. Knowing Sei Ito's strength, Sei Ito didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately dodged. Sei Ito took this opportunity to stand on the ground again. Then he kicked the ground and threw a punch. Chapter 1807. Bang! In the muffled sound, Rijing, who was only able to raise his arm to block the attack, was thrown back like a broken sandbag. Only after knocking over 4 or 5 long wooden chairs did he finally come to a stop. After finishing this attack, Ito Sei didn't stop moving. He took 2 steps and rushed to the front of Rijing. Then, he threw a kick at Rijing. Li Zheng felt that his life was in danger. He didn't care about the pain and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Bang! A pit full of cracks appeared on the solid cement floor of the church. Then, Ito Saigaku swept the wooden chair fragments on the ground and turned them into weapons. Then, he threw them at Saigaku, who was trying to dodge the attack. Li Zheng was helpless. He could only whisper a prayer and use the power of the secret ritual to support a barrier around his body. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, all the wooden planks that flew at him were blocked by the barrier. It's rare to meet a fist master. Sei Ito saw that Li Zheng wasn't just using his fist technique. Then, his expression turned serious, and he no longer intended to use his fist technique to win. He clenched and opened his 5 fingers, and 4 gems of different colors instantly appeared between his 5 fingers. Then, he opened his mouth and chanted a strange incantation, throwing the 4 gems in his hand out. In an instant, the 4 gems turned into 4 streams of light and shot in front of Yan Fengli. Boom! Then there was an explosion. There was a flame, a piece of ice, and a whirlwind. At the same time, a heavy force exploded, bombarding and freezing the spiritual light barrier around Yan Fengli's body. Then there was a crisp sound, and the white barrier instantly shattered. Yan Fengli, who was staggered by the impact of the magic attack, was exposed again. Then Ito Sei stomped his feet and rushed to the front of Yan Feng Rijing. The obsidian dagger in his hand suddenly appeared and stabbed out. In a hurry, Yan Fengli only had time to block his chest with one hand. Puff! Blood splattered. The obsidian dagger that didn't seem to have any sharpness easily penetrated Yan Fengli's palm and went into his chest. Yan Fengli, who knew what kind of injury he suffered, was stunned. He slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at Sei Ito in front of him. But then Yan Fengli's expression became serious. He clenched his other hand into a fist and used all the strength in his body to punch Sei Ito's chest. Ito Sei let go of his hand and withdrew his arm. He tapped his toes lightly and brushed against Yan Fengli's fist wind as he floated backwards. It looked as if Yan Fengli was the one who had sent him out. After landing back on the ground, he stepped again. Once again, he appeared in front of Yan Fengli at a speed faster than when he retreated. At the same time, he released his mental power to form a blade that pierced into Yan Fengli's mind and interrupted his possible Holy Spirit prayer. At the same time, he punched Yan Fengli's head. Bang! Under such a direct attack, Yan Fengli only felt dizzy and didn't know anything. Plop! Then Yan Fengli's unconscious body fell heavily to the ground. Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at Yan Fengli, whose chest was covered in blood and was gradually losing his life. He squatted down, grabbed the obsidian dagger in his chest, and pulled it out. With a muffled sound, blood spurted out from Yan Fengli's chest like a fountain. Sei Ito dodged slightly to avoid the blood splashing on him. Then he held the obsidian dagger in his right hand and grabbed Yan Fengli's right hand with his left hand. He rolled up the sleeve on his arm and revealed the arm inside. In an instant, an arm with more than a dozen command spell patterns on the skin appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito nodded slightly. He pulled down the previously rolled-up sleeve, grabbed Yin Fengli's arm with more than a dozen command spell patterns, and swung the dagger with the other hand. He cut across Yin Fengli's upper arm. Crack! In the crisp sound of bone breaking, an arm was separated from Yin Fengli's body with blood spurting out. Idose flung off the blood on the obsidian dagger, making it black and shiny again. He then cut off a large piece of clean cloth from Yin Fengli's robe that was not stained with blood. After wiping the obsidian dagger, he wrapped it tightly around Yin Fengli's arm, making it look like a large, long object. He then put away the dagger and stood up from the ground. He looked around the church with an indifferent expression and strode out of the church in big strides. After a while, he completely disappeared from the streets of Fuyuki town. It could be said that this operation was a trick. Perhaps Yin Fengli neglected to monitor the church as his base. Or perhaps he didn't think that a magician would be bold enough to attack the church. Or perhaps he thought that no magician would be able to gain the upper hand against Yin Fengli. There were no clones of asses around the church that had yet to be killed, which saved Sei Ito a lot of trouble. More than 10 minutes later, Sei Ito returned to the small hotel between Fuyuki Town and Fuyuki New Capital and reunited with Sakura Inaka. Sakura, take a nap. Sei Ito looked at Sakura Inaka, who was studying with a book in her hands. Sakura Inaka looked up and blinked her eyes in confusion. Sei Ito smiled and silently activated magic. In the next second, Tasaka Sakura, who was still full of doubt, yawned heavily. She lay down in a daze and fell asleep. Phew! Sei Ito finally let out a sigh of relief. He opened the newly bought leather box in front of him and took out the long object wrapped in black cloth. Sei Ito then removed the black cloth and revealed the object inside, an arm that was still warm and soft to the touch. Sei Ito then put down the arm and grabbed Sakura Inaka's small hand with the command seal. He placed it on the finger of the arm and softly chanted a prayer. St. John. It was a passage from the New Testament. Under the influence of this passage, the command seal on Yin Fengli's arm began to change color and fade away. At the same time, a new command seal appeared on Sakura Inaka's arm. This change lasted for more than half a minute before it completely stopped. At this point, the command seal on Sakura Inaka's hand expanded from the previous 4 to nearly 20. It was very exaggerated. After landing on the ground, he stomped on the ground again and appeared in front of Yin Fengli at a speed faster than when he retreated. He released his mental power to form a blade that pierced into Yin Fengli's mind to interrupt the prayer of the Holy Spirit. At the same time, he raised his fist and punched Yin Fengli's head. Bang! Under this direct attack, Yin Fengli only felt dizzy and didn't know what happened. Plop! Yin Fengli's unconscious body fell heavily to the ground. Idose lowered his head and looked at Yin Fengli, whose chest was stained with blood and was gradually losing his life. He squatted down, grabbed the obsidian dagger in his chest, and pulled out forcefully. With a muffled sound, blood spurted out of Yin Fengli's chest like a fountain. Sei Ito slightly dodged to avoid the blood splashing on him. Then he held the obsidian dagger in his right hand and grabbed Yin Fengli's right hand with his left hand. He pulled up the sleeve and revealed the arm inside. In an instant, an arm with dozens of command seal patterns appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito slightly nodded and pulled down the sleeve that was pulled up high. He grabbed Yin Fengli's arm with one hand and swung the sword with the other. He cut across Yin Fengli's upper arm. Crack! Amidst the crisp sound of bones breaking, an arm was separated from Yin Fengli's body as blood gushed out. Idose flung off the blood on the obsidian dagger, making it black and shiny again. He then cut off a large piece of clean cloth from Yin Fengli's robe that was not stained with blood. After wiping the obsidian dagger, he wrapped it tightly around Yin Fengli's arm, making it look like a large, long object. He then put away the dagger and stood up from the ground. He looked around the church with an indifferent expression and strode out of the church in big strides. After a while, he completely disappeared from the streets of Fuyuki town. It could be said that this operation was a trick. Perhaps Yin Fengli neglected to monitor the church as his base, Or perhaps he didn't think that a magician would dare to attack the church. Or perhaps he didn't think that a magician would be able to take advantage of Yan Fengli. There were no clones of asses around the church that had not been killed yet, which saved Sei Ito a lot of trouble. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito returned to the small hotel between Fuyuki Town and Fuyuki New Capital and reunited with Sakura Inaka. Sakura, take a nap. Sei Ito looked at Sakura Inaka, who was studying with a book in her hands. Sakura Inaka looked up and blinked her eyes in confusion. Sei Ito smiled and silently activated magic. In the next second, Tasaka Sakura, who was still full of doubt, yawned heavily. She lay down in a daze and fell asleep. Phew! At this time, Sei Ito gently exhaled. He opened the leather box that was obviously newly bought and took out the strip wrapped in black cloth. Sei Ito smiled and silently activated magic. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.